Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Travis. The noise is a physical assault. A high-pitched scream from the espresso machine's steam wand cuts through the dull roar of conversations, the clatter of ceramic on saucer, the grating scrape of a chair leg on the polished concrete floor. It all combines into a single, overwhelming wave of sound that beats against my skull. Fluorescent lights glare off every surface, turning the chrome and glass into a funhouse of hostile reflections. The air is thick, syrupy with the smell of burnt coffee, and something cloyingly sweet, like a vat of vanilla syrup exploded. It's a sensory minefield, and I've just walked my daughter straight into the heart of it. Not here, Daddy. Chloe's voice is a thin whimper next to my ear. Her small hands are clamped over her ears, her face pressed into the rough fabric of my flannel shirt. I can feel the tremor starting, the low-frequency vibration of a system on the verge of overload. I know, Bug. Just for a minute. My voice sounds wrong in this place. Too deep. Too rough. It's a voice for construction sites and boardrooms, not for coaxing a terrified 6-year-old. We're meeting Mr. Davies, remember? The man with the blueprints for the new library. Then we can go to the park. I guide her to a small table in the corner, the quietest spot I can find, but there's no escaping the chaos. I slide into the booth, pulling her onto my lap. She's already started rocking, a frantic, rhythmic movement that I can feel in my own bones. A silent, desperate drumbeat. No park. Go home, she whispers, her forehead burrowing into my chest. Her whole body is a tightly coiled spring. My own anxiety begins to climb, a familiar heat spreading across my neck. I look around. A woman with a sleek laptop and severe glasses gives us a tight, impatient smile that doesn't reach her eyes. A couple in the corner, leaning in close over their lattes, keeps flicking their eyes in our direction. Judgment. It radiates from them, from everyone. It's a tangible pressure, a weight in the air that smells like steamed milk and disapproval. Can't you control your child? My gaze lands on the dispenser of sugar packets on the table. Pink, blue, yellow, white. A jumbled mess of color in a chrome container. Anarchy in miniature. Without thinking, my hand shoots out. I pull them from the dispenser, my fingers, usually steady enough to ink a flawless structural diagram, fumbling slightly. I start lining them up on the dark wood of the table. White, white, white. A neat row. Then the pinks. Then the blues. I push them with my index finger, nudging them until their edges are perfectly, flawlessly aligned. A neat, orderly little wall. A small piece of control in a world spinning out of it. It's a stupid, useless gesture, but the simple, repetitive motion steadies my hand. Chloe, look. Can you help me make a pattern? I try to keep my voice even, light. A complete lie. It's the wrong thing to say. The suggestion of a task, of a demand on her already overloaded senses, is the final spark. The scream that tears out of her isn't a tantrum. It's not a cry for attention. It's a raw, animal sound of pure distress that seems to suck all the air out of the room. It rips through the coffee shop, silencing every conversation, every clink of a spoon. Every single head snaps in our direction. The heat of their stares is searing. Chloe's small body goes rigid in my arms, her back arching as she wails, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony that vibrates right through my ribs. Shh. It's okay, Bug. You're okay, I murmur, my words swallowed by the noise. I try to rub her back, to soothe her, but my touch is tense, clumsy. My hands, which can draft the precise schematics for a 50-story skyscraper, feel like useless, blunt instruments against my own daughter's pain. The stares are turning into glares now. The barista is frozen, hand hovering over the portafilter. The woman with the laptop is openly scowling, her manicured fingers paused over her keyboard. My perfect, neat little wall of sugar packets is a mockery. I feel a presence beside our table before I see anyone. A pocket of calm in the hurricane of my daughter's distress. I look up, my jaw tight, ready to snarl at whoever has come to offer their unsolicited, useless advice about discipline or chamomile tea. But it's not a scolding mother or an annoyed manager. It's a woman. She's tall, with skin the color of rich coffee and long, intricate braids that fall over the shoulder of a sharp, tailored coat. She isn't looking at me. Her entire focus is on Chloe, her expression one of soft, unalloyed empathy. Her body language is open, non-threatening. She doesn't crowd us. She simply stands there, a beacon of stillness. She crouches down, a slow, deliberate movement that brings her level with our table. She still doesn't look at me. Her eyes, a warm, dark brown, find Chloe's. "Well, hello there," she says. Her voice is the opposite of the shop's chaos. It's low and smooth, like velvet. It doesn't try to compete with the screaming. It slides underneath it, a steady, calming bass line. "My name is Blair, and I think your shoes are absolutely fantastic." Chloe is still screaming, but there's the slightest hiccup in the sound, a momentary break in the tidal wave of her panic. She's wearing her favorite sneakers, the ones that light up with every step. Red, blue, red, blue. Blair smiles, a small, genuine curve of her lips. "I had shoes like that when I was a kid. They made me feel like I could run faster than anyone in the whole world. Is that what yours do?" She doesn't wait for an answer. She just keeps talking, her voice a soft, melodic hum. And then she begins to whisper, leaning in just a fraction, creating an intimate space in the middle of the hostile room. I can't make out the words. It's an incomprehensible murmur, a secret language passing between her and my daughter. I watch, frozen and useless, as the rigid tension in Chloe's body begins to dissolve. The world-ending screams subside, collapsing into shuddering, ragged sobs. She turns her tear-streaked face from my chest and looks at the stranger. Blair gives her another soft smile and slowly, so slowly, holds out her hand, palm up. After a long, shaky moment, Chloe's small hand lifts from my shirt and tentatively touches Blair's fingertips. 90 seconds. In 90 seconds, this woman has accomplished what I haven't managed in the 2 years since Sarah died. The screaming has stopped. The glares of the other patrons fade into the background. There is only the shuddering breath of my daughter and the profound, deafening silence of my own failure. Chloe hiccups, a final shuddering breath, and slides off my lap. She stands beside the woman, her small hand now fully enclosed in the stranger's. My daughter looks up at her with a watery, exhausted trust that rips a hole straight through my chest. My own voice feels like rust in my throat. "Thank you." The woman, Blair, finally looks at me, and it's like being hit by a searchlight. Her eyes are intelligent, assessing, and they hold no pity, only a kind of calm, direct appraisal that's almost more unnerving. "She was overwhelmed," Blair says simply, her gaze dropping back to Chloe for a second before meeting mine again. "This place is a lot for a sensitive nervous system. It's not an accusation, but it feels like one. A judgment on my poor planning, my inability to anticipate this. I know my daughter." The words come out harsher than I intend, defensive. A flicker of something, amusement, understanding, crosses her face. "I'm sure you do," she says, her voice still impossibly gentle. "But sometimes it helps to have a different toolkit." She gives Chloe's hand a little squeeze. "Right, superstar?" Chloe nods, leaning against Blair's leg. My own daughter, leaning on a complete stranger. The sight sends a complicated mix of gratitude and raw envy through me. Can I buy you a coffee? The offer is clumsy, a desperate attempt at what? Atonement? Conversation? I need to understand what just happened. As a thank you, it's the least I can do. She glances at her watch, a simple, elegant timepiece on a leather strap. Then her eyes meet mine again. There's a challenge in them now, a spark of playful scrutiny. Okay, she says slowly, a smile playing on her lips. But you have to promise me something. Anything. The word is out before I can stop it. You have to promise you'll let me order for myself. You look like the kind of man who would order a black coffee for a woman without asking. I blink, taken aback. A slow heat creeps up my neck, but it's not from embarrassment this time. That's oddly specific. Is it wrong? She asks, one perfectly shaped eyebrow raised. I think about it for a second. She's not wrong. No, I admit. It's not. Her smile widens. It transforms her face, making her look both knowing and mischievous. I'll have a dirty chai with oat milk, and I'll watch her. She nods toward Chloe, who is now quietly observing our exchange. Go on. I think you've earned the right to cut the line. The idea of leaving Chloe with a stranger, even for a moment, sends a spike of panic through me. But Chloe is looking up at Blair with an expression of complete calm. It's a trust I haven't been able to earn in years. Swallowing my pride and my fear, I nod. I'll be right back. When I return with 2 coffees, Blair is sitting in the booth opposite where I was, and Chloe is sitting beside her, not on her lap, but close enough that their shoulders are almost touching. Blair has produced a pen from her purse, and Chloe is happily scribbling on a napkin. The scene is so peacefully domestic, it feels like the air sheared from his lungs. She's a fantastic artist, Blair says as I slide the cups onto the table. We're designing a castle for a unicorn. It has a slide, Chloe adds, not looking up. Of course it does, I said in a little rough manner. I sit down, the booth suddenly feeling very small. Thank you. Again. I don't know what you were. I'm a person who doesn't like to see a kid in distress, she says, wrapping her long fingers around the warm cup. She takes a sip, her eyes closing for a moment in appreciation. Or a dad on the verge of building a sugar packet fortress in the middle of a coffee shop. Her directness is a splash of cold water. I was managing. Were you? She counters, her tone light, but her eyes are sharp, missing nothing. Your management style looked a lot like my cousin's when his Wi-Fi goes out. A quiet, simmering rage against the universe. I can't help the short, surprised laugh that escapes me. Okay, maybe it wasn't my finest hour. Few of them are when you're a parent. She gestures with her cup towards me. What's your story, sugar packet architect? You look like you build things for a living. I'm an architect, I say, surprised she pegged it. Travis, and this is Chloe. Blair, she offers again. And I sue people who build things wrong. She says it with a completely straight face, then takes another sip of her chai. My jaw tightens for a second before I see the humor glinting in her eyes. A lawyer. Should have known. You have a knack for cross-examination. It's a gift. She leans forward slightly, her voice dropping. So, the toolkit. Yours seems to be grit your teeth and line things up. How's that working out for you on a scale of 1 to catastrophic public meltdown? The question is so blunt, so devoid of the pitying nonsense I usually get, that I can only answer honestly. You saw the scale, I said, my voice low. It tipped. It happens, she says with a shrug. The trick isn't avoiding the tip. It's knowing how to set things right again. She looks at Chloe, her expression softening into something incredibly warm. She just needed a new signal to focus on, something quiet in all the noise. We sit in a comfortable silence for a moment, the only sounds the scratch of Chloe's pen on the napkin and the distant hiss of the espresso machine. It's the first time I've felt my shoulders relax in what feels like a lifetime. Blair checks her watch again. Well, as thrilling as unicorn architecture is, I really do have to go argue about fire exits and load-bearing walls. She stands, her movements fluid and graceful. It was a pleasure to meet you both. She turns to Chloe. You be good for your dad, okay? And remember what we talked about. Breathe in the blue, blow out the red. Chloe nods solemnly, holding up her drawing. For you. Blair takes the napkin, a genuine, unguarded smile lighting up her face. I will treasure it always. She tucks it carefully into her coat pocket, gives me one last, unreadable look, and then turns and walks away. She moves with a purpose that parts the sea of patrons. The door swings shut behind her, and the bell above it gives a cheerful, wholly inappropriate jingle. I'm left staring at the empty seat across from me. Chloe has already claimed Blair's pen and is starting a new drawing. The chaos in the room returns to its normal volume, but the chaos inside me has been replaced by a different kind of storm. The woman didn't just calm my daughter. She came in, saw right through me, teased me, challenged me, and then left with a drawing of a unicorn castle. She stepped into my world for 10 minutes, rearranged the entire landscape, and then walked out, leaving me with the unnerving, profound question. Who the hell was that?
Chapter 2. Blair. My world has shrunk to the 15 inches of my laptop screen, a sea of black text on a sterile white background. PDFs of academic journals, footnotes leading to more footnotes, a relentless echo chamber of jargon. Leveraging interpersonal neurobiology to deconstruct nonverbal communication paradigms in pre-adolescent subjects. That's the title of my dissertation. It's a mouthful of meaningless, polysyllabic garbage, and I hate every single word. For 3 years, this has been my reality. I analyze theories about human connection while feeling completely disconnected from humanity. I write about empathy in clinical detached terms. The irony is a constant bitter taste in my mouth. The coffee shop is my escape hatch. It's loud and chaotic and full of real, messy people living their real, messy lives. It's a reminder that the world exists beyond the confines of my research. I'm trying to decipher a particularly dense paragraph on limbic resonance when the scream cuts through the noise. It's not the angry shriek of a toddler denied a cookie. This sound is pure, uncut distress. It slices through the ambient roar of the cafe and straight into my nervous system. Every instinct, every dry theory I've ever studied snaps to attention. My head lifts from my laptop and I see them. A mountain of a man, his entire body a study in rigid panic, with a little girl who looks like she's coming apart at the seams. I see the other patrons staring, their judgment a palpable wave in the air. I see the man's hand, trembling slightly as he obsessively lines up sugar packets, a desperate attempt to impose order on a situation that is anything but. He's drowning, and his daughter is the storm. My training, my instincts, everything in me that isn't numb from academia screams at me to move. This is not a theory. This is a real child, a real father in a real crisis. My body is moving before my brain can argue. I shut the laptop, leaving my dissertation mid-sentence. I approach their table and do what the books can never truly teach you. I make myself small, mirroring the child's posture to appear non-threatening. I speak low and slow, and I offer a piece of myself. From my coat pocket, my fingers find the familiar shape. A small, soft star made of felt that I carry for my own anxious moments. A grounding object, a tangible piece of calm. The 90 seconds it takes for Chloe's screams to subside into shuddering sobs feel like an eternity. When it's over, and I've bought myself a dirty chai with the promise of a man who looks like he'd rather wrestle a bear than show a moment of vulnerability, the intensity of his gaze is almost too much to bear. He's looking at me like I've just performed a miracle. I'm just a woman who understands that sometimes the world is too loud. When I finally excuse myself, walking away feels like severing a connection I didn't know had been formed. I push the glass door open, the cool downtown air a welcome shock to my system. I take a deep breath, the city's symphony of traffic and sirens, a strange comfort after the focused tension inside. Wait. The voice is deep, rough, and right behind me. I turn, my hand still on the door. It's him, Travis. He's followed me out, leaving Chloe standing just inside the doorway, watching us with wide, curious eyes. He stops a few feet away, his broad shoulders blocking the afternoon sun. Up close, without the coffee shop's hostile lighting, I can see the exhaustion etched around his startlingly green eyes. He looks raw, exposed, and completely out of his depth. That wasn't enough, he says, gesturing vaguely back toward the cafe. The coffee? It wasn't enough of a thank you. It was just the right amount of a thank you, I counter, trying to keep my tone light. You fulfilled your promise. You didn't even try to guess my order. I'm impressed. A corner of his mouth ticks up, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I don't know what you did in there. It was... He trails off, searching for the word. Magic. It wasn't magic, I say softly. She was overloaded. You were stressed. It was a feedback loop. I just interrupted the signal. The clinical explanation sounds absurd out here on a busy sidewalk. He shakes his head, a muscle working in his jaw. My nanny quit last week. No notice. Just a text message saying she was moving to Oregon. I've been trying to juggle work, Chloe, everything. And I am failing. Spectacularly. The confession lingers, every second stretched, heavy with the words they weren't saying, stripped of all pride. It's the most honest thing I've heard a person say all year. Every day is just putting out fires. Today, the fire won. I look past him at Chloe, who is now pressing her small hand against the glass of the door, her breath fogging it up. This man isn't just having a bad day. He's a ship taking on water, and he's run out of buckets. And then the words escaped out of my mouth before I can catch them, before I can analyze or second-guess them. What if I helped? He stares at me, his brow furrowed in confusion. Helped how? You want to buy me another coffee? Because as much as I appreciate the gesture, I think I'm about to vibrate out of my own skin as it is. No, I say, a reckless, terrifying idea taking root. I mean, with Chloe, my dissertation is in childhood developmental psychology, nonverbal communication, sensory processing. This is what I do, what I study. I feel a flush of heat rise in my cheeks. I'm between research grants right now. I have time. I could, I don't know, nanny for you, temporarily, just until you find someone permanent. The moment the offer is out, the full weight of its insanity crashes down on me. I'm offering to put my entire life on hold to care for the child of a complete stranger I met 10 minutes ago. A stranger who builds things while I sue people who build things. It's illogical. It's impulsive. It's professional suicide. But the thought of going back to my apartment, back to that sterile document on my laptop, feels like a death sentence. The thought of applying all this dense, theoretical knowledge in a way that could actually help someone, a real, tangible person like Chloe, it feels like a lifeline, like the first real deep breath I've taken in years. Travis just stares at me. The flicker of humor in his eyes is gone, replaced by a desperate, cautious hope that is so intense it's almost painful to look at. He studies my face, searching for the catch, the angle, the reason for this impossible offer. The silence stretches, thick with the noise of the city and the unspoken weight of his desperation and my own. He finally speaks, his voice low and hoarse. Why? He asks. And the simple question is freighted with 2 years of failure and a sliver of hope he's terrified to embrace. Why would you do that for a stranger?
Chapter 3. Travis. My house is silent. It's a carefully engineered absence of sound that I've cultivated for 2 years. No television murmuring in the background, no music drifting from speakers. There is only the low drone of the refrigerator and the ragged tear of my own breath. It's a silence built on control. Everything has its place. The throw pillows on the gray sofa are arranged at perfect 45-degree angles. The magazines on the coffee table are stacked by size, their spines perfectly aligned. In my world, order is armor. It's the only thing that stands between me and the screaming chaos of the last 24 months. I check my watch. 8:58 a.m. She'll be here in 2 minutes. I move through the downstairs, my socked feet making no sound on the polished hardwood floors. My gaze catches on my workspace, visible through the open doorway of what used to be a formal dining room. A massive drafting table dominates the space, its surface clean except for the intricate architectural model of the new city library. It's a world in miniature, all clean lines and precise angles, a stark, perfect contrast to the messy reality of my life. Every tiny truss, every window pane, is exactly where it's supposed to be. I built it. I control it. The doorbell chimes, the sound an unwelcome melodic intrusion into the quiet. It slices through the air, and I feel my shoulders tighten. I take a breath, straighten my shirt, and walk to the door, preparing the speech, the schedule, the rules of engagement. I am hiring an employee. This is a business transaction, that's all. I open the door, and there she is, Blair. She's not wearing the sharp, tailored coat from the coffee shop. Today she's in dark jeans, a soft-looking gray sweater, and a pair of colorful sneakers that look suspiciously like the ones she'd admired on Chloe. Her braids are pulled back from her face, and without the chaos of the coffee shop as a backdrop, I can see the intelligence in her eyes more clearly. They're warm, observant, and they seem to see a little too much. "Good morning, Sugar Packet Architect," she says, a small, teasing smile on her lips. "My name is Travis," I say, the correction coming out stiffer than I intended. I step back to let her in. "Come in." She steps inside, and her presence immediately changes the atmosphere of the room. It's like a splash of color in a black and white photograph. She brings the scent of the cool morning air, and something else, something warm and alive. It feels like a violation of the sterile peace I've worked so hard to maintain. "Nice place," she says, her eyes sweeping the open-plan living area. "Very clean." I can't tell if it's a compliment or a diagnosis. "I'll give you the tour." I lead her toward the kitchen, my posture rigid. This is the briefing. The kitchen. Appliances are new. Chloe's snacks are in this cabinet, top shelf. Healthy options only before dinner. "Got it," she says, but she's not looking at the cabinet. She's looking at the colorful, chaotic drawings taped to the front of the stainless steel refrigerator. "Who's the in-house artist?" "Chloe," I say. "Her room is upstairs. She's still sleeping." "I like her style," Blair says, tracing a finger over a particularly wild purple scribble. A real abstract expressionist. She turns to me, her expression unreadable. "The schedule you texted me is on the fridge, I see. 7:30 breakfast, 12 lunch, 5:30 dinner. Screen time is limited to 1 hour post-nap. Nap is at 1:30. She thrives on routine, I state, my voice flat. It feels important to establish the parameters, to keep this professional. Blair leans against the counter, crossing her arms. The casual posture is a stark contrast to my own rigid stance. "I have a question about the schedule." "Okay." "It's very thorough," she says, her eyes glinting with that same challenging humor from the coffee shop. "But I don't see a line item for spontaneous dance parties or building a structurally unsound pillow fort in the living room. Do those activities require pre-approval, or should I just submit a report afterward?" The question throws me off. "That's not on the schedule." "My point exactly," she says, her smile softening just a little. Kids thrive on routine, Travis, I know that, but they live in the moments in between. I just want to know how much trouble I'll be in if I authorize an unscheduled pillow fort. I stare at her. The silence in the house feels different now. It's not calm. It's charged. She's not just an employee receiving instructions. She's questioning the very foundation of the fortress I've built. Do what you think is best, I managed to say, the words scraping my throat, a massive concession. Just no glitter. The last nanny used glitter. I was finding it for months. Her laugh is a warm, genuine sound that feels alien in this house. Deal. No glitter. I'm more of a mud pie traditionalist anyway. I feel an involuntary smile tug at my own lips before I suppress it. I turn away, breaking the connection. Her room is this way. I lead her back into the main living area, my mind racing. I'm already losing control of this situation. I need to re-establish my footing. But as we pass through the room, her steps slow. She stops. I turn back and see that she's not looking at me. She's looking at the wall above the fireplace. She's looking at the painting. It's the only explosion of color in the entire house. A huge canvas, 6 feet wide, of a field of wildflowers rendered in impossibly vibrant, joyful strokes of orange, yellow, and fiery red. The paint is thick, applied with a palette knife in bold, confident slashes. It's a painting you can feel. The heat of the sun, the buzz of the insects, the sheer, untamed life of it all. It is everything my house is not. Wow, Blair breathes, her voice soft with awe. That's incredible. The energy in it. She takes a step closer, her head tilted. Who's the artist? The question hits me with the force of a physical impact. I feel a flinch go through my entire body, a split-second recoil before I lock everything down. My shoulders go rigid. My palms ached with the pressure I exerted. The air evacuates my lungs. I force myself to speak, to push the words past the sudden tightness in my throat. My voice comes out flat, devoid of any and all emotion. A perfect, sterile monotone. My wife, I say. She was a painter. Blair is quiet for a long moment. I don't look at her, but I can feel her gaze on me. Analytical and yet gentle. It's worse than pity. It's beautiful, Travis, she says softly. I give a curt single nod, my eyes fixed on the far wall. I cannot look at the painting. I cannot look at her. Chloe's room is upstairs. I say it as a statement of fact, an order to move on. But Blair doesn't move. I can feel her still standing there, her presence a quiet, insistent pressure. I finally risk a glance at her. She's not looking at the painting anymore. Her eyes are scanning the room. They move over the bookshelves, bare of picture frames. They scan the mantelpiece, holding only a clock. They sweep across the empty walls. I know exactly what she's looking for. I know what she's not finding. There are no other pictures of Sarah in this house. Not a single wedding photo, not a candid snapshot, not a framed portrait. I packed them all away 2 years ago. Every smiling image, every captured memory. I put them in a box and sealed it shut. But the painting, I could not take down the painting. It was too much her, too much life. Blair's eyes finally return to my face, and the look in them makes my blood run cold. There's no confusion in her gaze, no simple admiration for the art. There's only a sudden, sharp, and profound understanding. She sees it all. She sees the sterile house, the rigid schedules, the man desperately trying to impose order on a life that was once as vibrant and chaotic as the canvas on the wall. She sees the ghost in the machine. She realizes that the painting isn't just a memorial. It's a yardstick, a constant, silent, colorful reminder of a standard of joy and life I can no longer meet. She sees the gaping hole in the center of my meticulously constructed world. She opens her mouth to say something, but I can't let her. I can't hear the words. The tour isn't over, I say, my voice a low warning. It's not a request. It's a desperate plea to retreat, to get back to the safety of schedules and rules. But it's too late. The walls of my fortress have been breached, and she's standing in the rubble, seeing me more clearly than anyone has in years. And I am utterly, terrifyingly exposed. Isn't it? Her voice is quiet, but the question cuts through my defense. She's not talking about the house. I clench my jaw, refusing to look at her. I need to show you Chloe's room, where she keeps her books. The backyard has a swing set. I'm reciting a list, trying to build a wall out of facts and logistics. We'll get to the swing set, she says, her tone still gentle, but firm. She takes a half step closer, not to me, but to the painting, claiming the space. This painting, it's the loudest thing in the house, Travis. It's practically screaming. If I'm going to be here with your daughter, in this house, I need to know what it's saying. The accusation in her words, that I'm forcing my daughter to live in a screaming house, stings. It's a painting. It's not saying anything. Isn't it? She counters again, finally turning her full attention back to me. No pictures of the artist anywhere, but you leave this up? This giant, vibrant, joyful thing that makes the rest of the house look like a tomb? That's a choice. That's a statement. What do you want? A full psychological profile with your employment contract? The sarcasm is a shield, and a flimsy one at that. This is a job, Blair. You're here to look after my daughter, not to analyze my interior decorating choices. I don't care about your decorating choices, she shoots back, her eyes flashing with a sudden fire that takes me by surprise. I care about the 6-year-old sleeping upstairs who had a meltdown in a coffee shop because the world was too much for her. And I'm standing in a house that feels like it's holding its breath. So yeah, actually, I do need to know. What's the rule on making noise in a mausoleum? Am I allowed to laugh in here? Can Chloe sing? Every word is a precision strike, dismantling the walls I've so carefully constructed. She's not attacking me. She's advocating for my daughter, using my own child as a weapon against my defenses. And it's brutally effective. The fight goes out of me, replaced by a deep, familiar exhaustion. I finally look at the painting, really look at it, letting the vibrant colors sear my eyes. She was loud, I hear myself say, the words feeling like they're being pulled from my chest. In the best way. She filled every room she was in, left her shoes in the middle of the floor, sang terribly off-key while she made coffee. She would have hated this. My gesture takes in the silent, orderly, gray room. It takes in myself. The admission hangs in the air, a raw and ugly truth. Blair's expression softens, the fire in her eyes banking into a low, warm glow. So this silence, it's for her, or is it for you? The question is too close, too perceptive. The instinct to shove her out, to retreat back into my fortress is overwhelming. Don't psychoanalyze me, I rasp, my voice rough. You're the nanny, not my shrink. She holds my gaze, unflinching. A small, sad smile touches her lips. Okay, then let me put it in the nanny's terms, she utters, her voice dropping to an intimate, conspiratorial level. When I inevitably authorize the construction of that structurally unsound pillow fort, do I need to worry about a ghost coming in and telling me I'm not doing it right? The sheer, unexpected audacity of the question shocks a laugh out of me. It's a harsh, rusty sound I don't recognize, but it's a laugh nonetheless. The tension in my shoulders eases a fraction of an inch. No, I say, shaking my head. She would have been the first one to start the pillow fight. Good to know, Blair says, and just like that, the interrogation is over. She gives the painting one last look, then turns to me, her expression all business, though the warmth hasn't entirely left her eyes. So, about that tour? Lead the way, boss. She's handed the control right back to me, but we both know it's an illusion. The dynamic between us has been irrevocably altered. She's seen the ghost in my house, and worse, I think she's already starting to see me.
Chapter 4. Blair. The first hour in Travis's house is a masterclass in silent efficiency. I sit at the kitchen island, nursing a cup of coffee he made for me, a silent offering left on the counter before he went upstairs, and I watch. Chloe pads into the kitchen at 7:31 a.m., a full minute behind schedule. Her hair is a wild halo of curls, and she's clutching a stuffed giraffe with one worn-out ear. She doesn't say good morning. She walks to the refrigerator, points a tiny finger at a picture of a bowl of oatmeal on a laminated chart, and then looks at her father. Travis, who followed her down the stairs, gives a single affirmative nod. It's a transaction, an order placed and received. He moves with an unnerving economy of motion, getting the oats, the milk, the bowl. The only sounds are the clink of the spoon against ceramic, the soft whoosh of the refrigerator door closing. It's a ballet of routine, choreographed to eliminate the need for words. He places the oatmeal in front of her. Chloe eats. Travis stands by the counter, scrolling through something on his phone, but his attention isn't on the screen. It's a tangible force field directed at his daughter, monitoring every bite, every shift in her small body. He loves her. That much is painfully clear. It's in the way he makes sure her favorite spoon is clean, the way he watches to make sure the oatmeal isn't too hot. But his love is a silent, watchful thing, a guard standing duty outside a locked room. He's using his voice so sparingly, it's as if he's afraid it might break something, or someone. When Chloe is finished, she carries her bowl to the sink with the practiced seriousness of a much older child. Travis intercepts it, rinsing it without a word. He then points to the next picture on the chart, a cartoon toothbrush. Chloe nods and pads out of the kitchen and up the stairs. Travis finally turns his attention to me. His green eyes are guarded, his posture defensive, as if he's waiting for a critique. "This is the system." His voice was a low thrum against the silence. "It works?" "It's very effective." I agree, choosing my words carefully. The visual aids, the consistency. It gives her predictability. That's good. "But," he prompts, crossing his arms over his chest. He heard the unspoken word hanging in the air. "But it's a monologue," I say softly. "It's your system telling her what to do. There's no conversation." "A conversation resulted in a screaming match in a coffee shop," he retorts, the memory still raw. "This results in her brushing her teeth." I'll take the teeth brushing. "That wasn't a conversation, Travis. That was a negotiation during a crisis." I stand up, rounding the island to close the space between us slightly. "What I'm talking about is giving her a voice when she's not in crisis, giving her agency." I pull a folder from my tote bag and lay it on the counter. Inside are a dozen laminated cards, each with a simple picture and a word, backed with a fuzzy dot of Velcro. Breakfast, get dressed, playtime, read a book. He eyes the cards with deep suspicion. "It's the same thing as the chart on the fridge." "Not quite." I slide a long felt strip next to the cards. "The chart is a directive. This," I say, tapping the felt strip, "is a collaboration. She gets to help build her day. She can choose if playtime comes before or after. Get dressed. She gets to hand you the card for what's next. She gets to have a say. It's about sharing control, not just following orders." He stares at the cards, a muscle working in his jaw. I can see the war in his eyes. The engineer in him wants to trust his own proven system. The desperate father in him is willing to try anything. "Fine," he says, the word clipped. "Let's test your theory, doctor." When Chloe comes back downstairs, her teeth brushed, her giraffe still in hand, I'm ready. I kneel down to her level, laying the felt strip on the floor. "Hey, Chloe," I say, my voice low and warm. "I've got a new game. This is your day." I place the breakfast card, which she's already completed, at the top. "We did this. What do you think we should do next?" I hold out 2 cards, get dressed, and playtime. She looks from the cards to her father, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She's looking for the right answer, the one that won't get her in trouble. Travis gives a stiff, almost imperceptible nod of encouragement. Her small hand hovers, then darts out, not to the cards in my hand, but to the breakfast card already on the strip. Her fingers close around it, and then she throws it. The card flutters through the air and lands face down on the polished hardwood floor a few feet away. The air stills. Thick with everything left unsaid is deafening. "I'm sorry." The words burst from Travis, sharp with apology and failure. He moves forward instantly, his body a rigid line of parental panic. We don't need to do this. The old way is fine. It's fine." He's talking to me, but he's also talking to himself, trying to shove the chaos back into its box. He's already reaching down to pick up the card, to end the exercise, to restore the order. Before I can think, my hand is on his arm. "Wait." The word is quiet, but it stops him cold. He freezes, his body tense to intervene. My fingers are curled around the firm muscle of his forearm, the fabric of his long-sleeved shirt, surprisingly soft under my touch. He doesn't look at me. He doesn't look at Chloe. He stares at the offending card on the floor as if it's a live grenade. "Just wait," I whisper, my grip firm but gentle. "Give her a second." I don't look at Chloe either. I keep my eyes on Travis, feeling the coiled tension in his arm. I'm not just creating a space for his daughter. I'm trying to hold him in place, to keep his anxiety from flooding the room and drowning us all. My entire focus is on my hand on his arm, on keeping him still. An eternity stretches out, measured in the strained silence of the room. A full minute passes. It's a standoff. Chloe is watching us, her small face a mask of defiance and curiosity. She's waiting to see who will break first. She's testing the new variable in the equation, me. With an audible put-upon sigh that is pure 6-year-old drama, Chloe moves. She walks over, bends down, and snatches the breakfast card off the floor. She stomps back to the felt strip and slams it back into place. Then, her point made, she taps the playtime card I'm still holding. A breath I didn't know I was holding escapes my lips. It's a victory. A small, messy, hard-won victory. I hand her the card, and she places it carefully on the strip next to breakfast. "Good choice," I say with a genuine smile. The immediate crisis is over, but the air is still thick with unspoken things. I'm acutely aware that my hand is still on Travis's arm. I should let go. I know I should. But he hasn't moved. He hasn't pulled away. Slowly, as if coming out of a trance, he lowers his gaze. He looks down at my hand, at my brown fingers curled around his forearm. He stares at the point of contact like it's something he's never seen before. The intensity of his focus is a palpable thing. I feel the warmth of my own skin, the solid reality of the man under my touch. I see a tremor go through him, a barely there shudder that travels up his arm. His jaw is tight, his expression unreadable, but I can feel it. A jolt of something foreign and electric passing between us. It's unrelated with visual schedules or child psychology. It's the shocking, undeniable awareness of a simple human touch. My heart gives a strange, unfamiliar flutter. I pull my hand back as if I've been burned, suddenly feeling like I've crossed a line I didn't even know was there. Travis doesn't look up at me. He continues to stare at the spot on his arm where my hand just was. His green eyes dark and stormy. The first gentle touch he's probably felt in years wasn't a comfort. From the look on his face, it was an assault, a shocking violation of a boundary I never even knew was there.
Chapter 5. Travis. The silence in this house has a pulse. It's 2 a.m, and the only light is the cold, sterile glow from the hood over the stove. It slicks the surface of the granite island, and makes the stainless steel fridge look like a morgue drawer. Every other shadow in this cavernous kitchen is deep and absolute. I've been sitting here for an hour, maybe more, nursing a mug of coffee that went cold long ago. Sleep isn't happening. It hasn't, not really, in a long time. It's more like passing out from sheer exhaustion for a few hours before my body jolts me awake with a silent, primal scream. The silence is usually my enemy, the thing that lets the memories, and the gaping holes where memories should be, rush in. But tonight, it's broken by a soft footfall on the hardwood floor. I don't have to look up to know it's Blair. She moves with a quiet deliberation that's completely at odds with the whirlwind of controlled chaos she brings into a courtroom. Couldn't sleep either? Her voice is low, raspy with sleep, and it slices through the quiet without shattering it. I finally lift my head. She's standing at the edge of the island's light, a silhouette in a pair of ridiculously short sleep shorts and a faded t-shirt from some law school event. Even in the gloom, I can see the sharp intelligence in her eyes, the way she takes in the entire scene, me, the cold coffee, the ungodly hour, and processes it in a second. Something like that, I manage, my own voice a gravelly imitation of itself. She nods slowly, walking over to the cabinet and pulling down a glass. The soft clink as she sets it on the counter is deafening. She fills it with water from the fridge dispenser, the hum and gurgle of the machine, an obscene intrusion. You know, for a guy who lives in a place this big, she says, leaning her hip against the counter opposite me, you sure do like to haunt the same 10 square feet of it. The corner of his mouth ticked upward. It's a dry, brittle thing. It's where the coffee is. It's 3 hours from sunrise, Travis. That's not coffee. That's a punishment. She takes a sip of her water, her eyes never leaving mine over the rim of the glass. The look isn't pitying. It's worse. It's assessing, like she's trying to solve a puzzle. Me. What are you doing up? I ask, deflecting. My brain is still drafting a motion to dismiss, she says with a sigh. Apparently my subconscious is a workaholic with no respect for REM cycles. She sets the glass down. The silence rushes back in, heavier this time, freighted with the unspoken things between us. The case. This house. The reason I'm sitting here in the dark. Then she says it. The one thing I'm not prepared for. You never talk about her. It's not an accusation. It's a simple statement of fact. My hand tightens around my mug, the ceramic cool and unforgiving against my skin. My knuckles flash white under the stovelight. There's not much to say. That's a lie. Again, no judgment. Just a flat certainty that knocks my lungs seized. Nobody who loves someone has not much to say. They either say too much or they say nothing at all. You're in the second camp. I stare down into the black liquid in my mug. What do you want to know, Blair? Whatever you're willing to tell me, she says softly. What was she like? The script starts playing in my head automatically. It's the one I've perfected over the last 2 years. The one I give to relatives who call on the anniversary, to old friends I run into at the grocery store. The Sarah eulogy. Polished, safe, and completely bloodless. She was perfect, I begin, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. Effortlessly patient. She was a first-grade teacher, and she had this way with kids, with everyone. A kind of preternatural calm. Never raised her voice. She could walk into a room full of screaming 6-year-olds and have them all sitting in a circle, listening to a story in under a minute. She was a natural at everything. At living. I pause, waiting for the usual response. The sad smile. The sympathetic nod. She sounds wonderful. Blair just watches me. Her gaze is steady, unblinking. It's like she can see the scaffolding behind the words, the carefully constructed facade I'm presenting. She tilts her head, a stray curl falling across her forehead. She sounds peaceful, Blair says, but the word still's in the air, weighted with scrutiny. She was, I confirm, My jaw tight. The calm in any storm. Always knew the right thing to say, the right thing to do. She never had to try. It just came to her. That's nice. Blair pushes off the counter, taking a few steps closer so she's leaning against the island, just a few feet away from me. The proximity is unsettling. I can smell the clean scent of her soap. But what did she sound like? I blink. What do you mean? I mean, she says, her voice dropping even lower, becoming more intimate, more insistent. What did she sound like when she laughed? Not a polite chuckle. I mean a real, from the gut, can't breathe laugh. The kind that makes your eyes water. Did she snort? Was it loud? Did she get hiccups? The question is a key turning in a lock I didn't know was there. It bypasses all my prepared remarks, all the glossy, sanitized adjectives. It's a question about something real, something small and specific and human, and a terrifying absolute blankness floods my mind. I open my mouth to answer. I expect the sound to be there, waiting, ready to be described. I can see her, in my mind's eye, a dozen different memories flashing like a broken film projector. Sarah on our honeymoon in Hawaii, head thrown back against a blue sky. Sarah at a Christmas party, a wine glass in her hand, smiling at something her sister said. Sarah in this very kitchen, leaning against this very island, a grin stretching across her face. I see the smile. I see the light in her eyes. I see the shape of her mouth as it opens. But it's a silent movie. There is no sound. The realization is not a slow dawn. It's a physical impact, a punch to the sternum that leaves me breathless. My entire body goes cold. I frantically search the archives of my memory, scrambling through years of moments, looking for that one specific, crucial piece of data. Her laugh, her real, unguarded laugh. Static. Nothing. How is that possible? How can I remember the exact floral pattern on the dress she wore on our third date, but not the sound that was once the soundtrack to my entire life? How can a memory so vital just vanish? The coffee mug trembles in my hand, a tiny earthquake that sends a dark ripple across the surface of the liquid. I set it down on the counter with a thud that's too loud in the crushing quiet. My throat is thick, clogged with something sharp and painful. I feel my face begin to shift, the carefully maintained mask of stoic grief starting to crack at the edges. My jaw quivers, a humiliating betrayal. I clench it shut, hard, praying she doesn't see. But she sees. Of course she sees. She misses nothing. Her expression softens from sharp curiosity into a look of deep, aching comprehension. It's the look I've been dreading for 2 years. Not pity. Something far more dangerous. Empathy. I drop my gaze, staring at the granite countertop as if the swirling patterns hold the answer. The silence stretches, pulled taut between us. It's no longer empty. It's filled with my failure, with the horrifying proof of how much I've already lost. It's not just her. It's pieces of her, fading away like a photograph left in the sun. I have to say something. I have to fill the void. But the words won't come. My lungs won't work. There is only this hollow, ringing void where the sound of her laughter used to be. I force myself to look up at her. The stove light catches the sudden raw moisture in my eyes, and I know she can see the full extent of the wreckage. The carefully constructed man, the grieving but functional husband, has just been leveled by a single, simple question. My voice is a ghost, a thread of sound so thin I can barely feel it leave my lips. I don't remember.
You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, You get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 6. Blair. The quiet in this house is an opponent. It's a physical presence I have to push against every day. Today, my weapon of choice is a shallow plastic tub filled with a universe of shimmering purple sand. Chloe, as expected, is having none of it. She's in her usual spot on the far side of the living room rug, creating a painfully precise line of wooden blocks. Red, blue, yellow. A perfect repeating pattern. It's her armor. I get it. My armor is usually a stack of academic journals, so who am I to judge? I sit cross-legged on the floor and dip my hands into the sand. It's cool and surprisingly heavy as I let it sift through my fingers. I start to idly draw patterns on the surface, losing myself in the simple, satisfying friction. The only sound is the soft shush of the sand and the quiet, deliberate click of Chloe placing a block. I hope you're billing me for this. Travis's voice cuts through the quiet, sharper than I expect. I look up. He's leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest. He's shed his suit jacket, but the crisp white shirt and dark slacks still scream boardroom. A deep frown is etched between his brows. Relax, I say, not bothering to get up. I smooth over a spiral I'd drawn with the palm of my hand. It's a write-off. Professional development. He pushes off the frame and stalks into the room, stopping a few feet away to glower down at my setup. Professional development. You're playing in a sandbox. It's a sensory bin. I correct him mildly, packing a handful of the purple sand into a dense little mound. And I'm not playing. I'm modeling unregulated tactile engagement. He lets out a short, sharp breath that's almost a laugh but contains zero humor. You just make this stuff up as you go along, don't you? I have a master's degree that says I don't. I reply, my eyes still on the sand. I press my thumb into the mound, creating a perfect crater. The last nanny, what was her strategy? The question throws him. He shoves his hands into his pockets, his posture stiff. Her name was Mrs. Risa, and she used flashcards and a schedule. She said Chloe needed structure and stimulation. The world is nothing but stimulation, Travis. Phones, traffic, expectations. I finally lift my gaze to meet his. His green eyes are stormy with skepticism and something else. Exhaustion. This, I nod to the bin, is the opposite. This is a space with zero demands, zero expectations. A space with zero demands, he repeats, his tone dripping with cynicism. He gestures vaguely at the immaculate, silent room around us. She lives in one. This entire house is a space with zero demands. The barb lands, sharp and painful because it's true. The house is a sterile museum of what used to be, but I don't flinch. Quiet and empty are two different things, I say. My voice soft but firm. His jaw clenches. A muscle jumps along the sharp line of it. We're not talking about the sand anymore. He knows it, and I know it. He turns his back to me, walking over to the mantelpiece where a single framed photo sits. It's of him and a smiling, vibrant woman with laughter in her eyes. Sarah. She knew how to handle this, he says, his voice hoarse. She would have known what to do. Maybe, I concede. Or maybe she would have been just as lost as you are. Grief doesn't come with a manual. He whips back around, his eyes blazing. Don't pretend you know anything about my grief. I don't, I say calmly, holding his furious gaze. But I know about Chloe's. And right now, she's drowning in yours. She's sitting over there building walls because her father's forgotten how to open a door. The words are harsher than I intended, and they hang in the stillness, heavy and dangerous. His face drains of color. He looks like I've struck him. I expect him to yell, to fire me, to tell me to get the hell out of his house. Instead, a tiny movement near the floor catches my eye. It's Chloe. She has stopped her militant block stacking. Her head is tilted, her dark, serious eyes fixed on the tub of sand. As I watch, holding my breath, she pushes herself onto her knees. She crawls forward, one slow, deliberate movement at a time, until she's right at the edge of the bin. Travis sees it too. The anger in his posture dissolves, replaced by a stunned, fragile stillness. He doesn't move. He barely seems to breathe. My heart hammers against my ribs. Stay calm, Blair. Don't move. Chloe lifts a small, hesitant hand. She hovers it over the purple sand, her fingers trembling. Her gaze is locked on the strange, shimmering surface. Then, with a tiny, sharp intake of air, she plunges her fingers in. Her eyes go wide with shock, with discovery. A small, wondrous sound escapes her lips, a tiny gasp of curiosity. She pulls her hand out, examines the sand clinging to her fingers, and then sinks her entire hand back in, wiggling her fingers deep into the mound I'd built. A slow, brilliant smile spreads across my face. It's a feeling of pure, unadulterated victory. I slowly lift my head, and my eyes lock with Travis's. The anger is gone. The cynicism is gone. The rigid control is gone. His face is undone. He looks at Chloe, then back at me, his mouth slightly parted. The raw hope that floods his eyes is so potent it's like a physical force, a wave that washes over me and leaves me breathless. He takes a shaky step forward, then another, until he's crouching beside me, his eyes riveted on his daughter. Chloe, oblivious, is now using both hands, burying a small plastic turtle under a pile of purple dust. "How?" he whispers, the word barely audible. He's not looking at me, but the question is for me alone. "I didn't do anything," I whisper back. She just needed to know it was okay, that someone else was willing to be quiet with her. He finally tears his gaze from Chloe and looks at me. We're inches apart now, close enough that I can see the faint silver flecks in his blue eyes, the exhaustion carved into the lines around them. The air crackles, thick with everything we're not saying. "You're not what I expected," he says, his voice raw with an emotion I can't quite decipher. A small laugh escapes me, breathless and real. I get that a lot. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? He holds my gaze, and for a fleeting second, the profound sadness in his eyes is replaced by a spark of something else, something warm and alive. His lips quirked in a fleeting curve. "I don't know yet."
Chapter 7. Travis. The word settled in the space we shared. Unknown. Blair is looking at me with those perceptive, unnervingly steady brown eyes, a small, curious smile playing on her lips. She has no idea what just happened inside my chest. It felt like the tectonic plates of my life, frozen in place for 2 years, just shifted. A millimeter of movement, but enough to rattle the foundations. Chloe is still completely absorbed in the purple sand, her small back turned to us. She's humming. It's a tuneless, whisper-soft sound, but it's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. It's a sound I thought was extinct. "You said quiet and empty are 2 different things," I say, my voice raspy. I clear my throat, pushing myself up from my crouched position. I need distance. I need to move. I start pacing the perimeter of the expensive rug. "Explain that to me." Blair watches me, her expression patient. She doesn't seem intimidated by my restlessness. If anything, she looks intrigued. "Empty is a void," she says, her voice even. "It's the absence of everything. It's what this house has been. Quiet can be full. It can be a space where you don't have to perform or pretend. It can be comfortable. It's the difference between being alone and being lonely. She gestures with her chin toward my daughter. She's not lonely right now. I stop pacing and stare at her. She delivers these profound truths like she's discussing the weather. It's infuriating and captivating. And you? Are you an expert in being lonely, Blair? The question is sharper than I intend. A defense mechanism. She doesn't bristle. She just tilts her head. I'm an expert in observing it, and I know it when I see it. Her gaze is direct, a challenge. She's not just talking about Chloe anymore. Before I can formulate a response, a shrill, piercing sound slices through the room. The landline. It's a sound I associate with exactly one thing: trouble. No one uses the house phone except for telemarketers and my mother-in-law. I see Blair flinch. Chloe's head snaps up from the sand, her small body going rigid. The humming stops. The fragile piece shatters into a million pieces. "Damn it," I mutter, striding into the attached kitchen and snatching the cordless phone from its cradle. The screen glows with a name that makes my stomach clench. Carol. I turn my back to the living room, leaning against the cold granite of the countertop. I take a breath and press the talk button. "Carol, hi." "Travis, darling, I was just thinking about you." Her voice is honey poured over steel wires, syrupy, sweet, and capable of cutting you to ribbons. "I was hoping to catch you before dinner. How are you holding up?" The standard opening. The polite, meaningless check-in that's really a prelude to an interrogation. "I'm fine, Carol. We're fine." My answer is clipped. I can feel Blair's eyes on my back. I can feel the silence from the living room, which is now definitively of the empty variety. "Are you sure? You sound tense." "Just got home from work. It's been a long day." I lie. My day ended hours ago. The tension she hears is entirely of her making. "Of course, dear. You work so hard." A beat of manufactured sympathy. "And how is my little Chloe bug? I was telling Margaret from the club about her, and she suggested this wonderful specialist in Boston." "Chloe's fine." I cut her off, more forcefully than I mean to. "She's good, actually." "Good?" The word is weighted with disbelief. "That's wonderful, Travis. What's changed?" Here it is. The real reason for the call. She knows. Of course she knows. The agency would have notified her that Mrs. Risa was no longer employed here. Carol has a network of information that would make the CIA blush. I brace myself. "We have someone new helping out." "Oh." The feigned surprise is insulting. "I must have forgotten you mentioning it. Who is she?" "Her name is Blair," I say, my voice tight. "She's a graduate student." "A student," Carol repeats slowly, as if the word itself is distasteful. "How modern. Is she qualified for a situation like Chloe's? Does she have any experience?" The questions are missiles, each one designed to undermine, to destabilize. I find myself picturing Blair's calm face, the quiet confidence she exudes. "She's a PhD candidate in child psychology at Georgetown," I say, my voice finding a firmer footing. "I'd say that makes her more than qualified." "Georgetown, my, ambitious." The compliment is meant to sound like a flaw. But books and classrooms are one thing, Travis. A child who has been through trauma, that's another world entirely. It requires a certain maturity, a gentle touch. I think of Blair on the floor, not touching Chloe at all, but creating a space so safe that Chloe came to her. I think of the flash of victory in her eyes, a victory she shared with me. "Her methods are different," I say, turning slightly to glance into the living room. Blair is looking down at the sandbin, giving me the illusion of privacy, but her posture is alert. She's not using flashcards, if that's what you're asking. "Oh, Lord, no. Mrs. Risa and her flashcards," Carol says with a dismissive little laugh. A bit old-fashioned, but at least she was a professional. At least she understood discretion. A direct hit. She's referencing the day I fired her, the scene Mrs. Risa undoubtedly reported back with dramatic flair. Blair understands Chloe, I counter, my knuckles white on the phone. Today, Chloe played. For the first time in months, I saw her play with something new. She was humming, Carol. A beat of silence was a tiny whisper from the phone's speaker. I know I've scored a point. But Carol is a grandmaster. She sacrifices pawns to set up her checkmate. Well, she finally says, her voice softening into a tone of deep, practiced concern that sets my teeth on edge. I'm glad to hear she's having a good day. Of course I am. I just worry, Travis. I worry about consistency and influence. Influence? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Darling, don't be coarse. I just mean, Chloe is at a very impressionable age. She needs stability, not experiments. Every word is a veiled criticism. Student, ambitious, experiments. The subtext is screaming at me. Young, black, not one of us. And the rage that simmers inside me is sudden and white-hot. She's not an experiment, I snap, my voice low and dangerous. She's the first person who has gotten through to my daughter in 2 years. She did it in a week. So whatever you think you're implying, Carol, you can stop right now. The silence this time is longer, colder. When she speaks again, the honey is gone. All that's left is steel. Well, I'm glad you're so confident in her. A pause. I just hope this new girl understands Chloe, that's all. Sarah's patience was a gift. A miracle, really. The mention of Sarah's name is a low blow. It always is. But what comes next is the kill shot. You know how you get with your urgency, Travis. We wouldn't want to overwhelm the poor child. Urgency. The word hits me like a physical impact, knocking a ragged gulp of air that did nothing to fill the hollowness. The pristine, white kitchen around me dissolves. The sterile quiet is replaced by the roar of an engine and the rhythmic slap of windshield wipers fighting a losing battle against a downpour. I'm not leaning against a countertop. I'm gripping a leather steering wheel, my knuckles straining against the seams. The smell of granite and lemon cleaner is gone, replaced by the scent of wet asphalt and Sarah's expensive perfume. She's in the passenger seat, her beautiful face streaked with tears, her expression a mask of frustration and despair. Her voice, usually so melodic, is sharp and ragged as it cuts through the drumming of the rain on the roof. Why can't you just slow down?
Chapter 8. Blair. I can't hear the voice on the other end of the phone, but I don't need to. I can read the entire conversation on Travis's back. First, his shoulders tighten, his posture shifting from relaxed to rigid. Then his voice, which had been low and questioning with me, becomes clipped, monosyllabic, a wall of professionalism. I watch him from my seat on the floor, pretending to be absorbed in helping Chloe build a fortress for her plastic octopus. Her name is Blair, he says, and the sound of my own name from his lips sends a strange jolt through me. The conversation continues, a one-sided volley where I only hear the return fire. His voice gets stronger, louder, losing its careful modulation and gaining a raw defensive edge. Her methods are different. She understands Chloe. She did more in an hour than Mrs. Risa did in a month. He's defending me, to whom I have no idea, but the realization sends a complicated warmth spreading through my chest. He barely knows me, yet he's in there fighting for me, for my work. Then his tone shifts again. It drops, becoming low and dangerous. She's not an experiment, he snaps, and the venom in his voice makes Chloe look up from the sand, her eyes wide with alarm. Hey, I whisper, immediately turning all my attention to her. I tap the plastic octopus on its head. Look, Mr. Octopus is scared of loud noises. We should probably build him a secret tunnel so he can hide. I start digging a trench in the purple sand, keeping my voice a low, melodic murmur. See? We can cover it with these flat stones. It'll be our secret. No one with a loud voice is allowed in the secret octopus tunnel. Chloe watches my hands, her fear slowly receding as she gets drawn back into our small, quiet world. She tentatively places a gray stone over the trench I've dug. It's a small victory, but it's drowned out by the sudden, dead silence from the kitchen. I glance up. Travis is still standing with the phone to his ear, but he's gone utterly still. The color drains from his face, leaving his skin a pale, waxy gray. He looks like he's seen a ghost. After a long, frozen moment, he hangs up the phone with a quiet click and stands there, staring at nothing. He doesn't move for a full minute. When he finally does, it's with the jerky, unnatural movements of a marionette. He walks out of the kitchen and past us, not even seeming to see us, and stops in front of the large picture window that looks out onto the manicured, joyless backyard. He brings a hand up and begins to rub the back of his neck, a slow, punishing motion. It's a gesture of someone trying to physically knead away a pain that's lodged too deep to reach. My clinical brain files the information away. Self-soothing behavior, a tell for extreme stress. But the rest of me just watches him, a knot tightening in my stomach. I wait until Chloe is completely absorbed again, patting down the stones over our secret tunnel, before I rise silently to my feet. My shoes are by the door, and my shift ended 20 minutes ago. The professional thing to do would be to gather my things, give a brief and tidy summary of the afternoon's progress, and leave. I find myself walking toward him instead. He doesn't turn as I approach, his gaze fixed on the setting sun, painting the sky in shades of orange and bruised purple. I stop a few feet away, the silence stretching between us. It's not the comfortable quiet from before. This is jagged, broken glass. "You don't have to be okay, you know," I say softly. He flinches, startled. Slowly, he turns to face me. The haunted, hollowed-out look in his eyes is a punch to the gut. The confident, cutting man from the phone call is gone, replaced by someone shattered and lost. It makes my own heart ache with a sharp, unwelcome pain. "I'm fine," he says, the two most dishonest words in the English language. His voice is a low rasp. I cross my arms, holding my ground. "Your neck says otherwise." A flicker of irritation crosses his face. "You're very observant." "It's literally my job description," I counter, my voice gentle but firm. "To see things. And what I see right now is a man who just got off the phone with a hurricane." He choked out a bitter laugh. "A hurricane. Yeah, that's my mother-in-law, Carol." He turns back to the window. "She has a way of reminding me of my limitations. From what I overheard, it sounded like you were doing a pretty good job of reminding her of yours," I say. "You defended me." He shrugs, the movement stiff. "She was out of line." "Thank you," I say simply. But whatever she said at the end of the call had nothing to do with me, did it? He's quiet for a long time, tracing a condensation ring on the glass with his fingertip. The setting sun catches the silver flecks in his blue eyes, making them look like chips of ice. "She brought up my urgency," he says, the word tasting like poison in his mouth. "That's the word she used." He looks at me, his gaze raw and searching, as if he's pleading with me to understand something he can't articulate. "My wife, Sarah, she used to say I was always in a hurry, rushing to the next deal, the next design, the next goal, never just here." He gestures vaguely at the room, at the life he's standing in. "Ambition isn't a flaw," I offer quietly. "It is when you don't see the people you're running past," he says, his voice cracking. "It is when you build a whole world, but forget to live in it with the one person who mattered." The confession hangs in the air, stripped of all defenses. It's a glimpse into the heart of his grief, his guilt. It's raw and bleeding, and he's showing it to me. My training provides a dozen appropriate, professional responses. Detached therapeutic phrases designed to offer comfort without creating attachment. But my training fails me. Every instinct in my body is screaming something else, something unprofessional, something human. I want to close the distance between us. I want to reach out and place my hand on his arm. I want to tell him that he's here now, that he's not that man anymore. I want to shield him from the memory, from the voice of a woman named Carol, from the crushing weight of his own regret. The impulse is so strong, so fierce, it terrifies me. This isn't professional compassion. This isn't clinical empathy. This is a visceral, gut-deep wave of protectiveness for this broken, grieving man. It's personal. And standing here in the dimming light of his silent house, I realize I am in very deep trouble.
Chapter 9. Travis. We're going to the park. Blair stands in the entryway, pulling a light jacket over her sweater. She says it with the casual certainty of someone announcing they're about to make coffee. Chloe is beside her, holding a small, bright blue backpack that I've never seen before. My entire nervous system goes on high alert. Absolutely not, I say, stepping in front of the door. It's a purely instinctual move, blocking the exit. No. She doesn't look surprised. She just meets my gaze, her expression calm. Good morning to you too. And it wasn't a question. It's not happening. I cross my arms, a human barricade. Do you have any idea what a park entails? It's a sensory minefield. The dogs, the screaming kids, the bicycles that come out of nowhere, the sun being too bright, a random ice cream truck jingle. I'm ticking them off on my fingers, a litany of disasters we've already lived through. It's her personal hell. No, Blair says, her voice dangerously soft. It's your personal hell. You've just convinced her it's hers too. The accusation stings. That's not fair. I'm protecting her. Are you? She challenges, taking a step closer. The scent of her, something clean, like green tea and citrus, cuts through the sterile air of the house. Or are you hiding her? This house is a cage, Travis. A very quiet, very well-decorated cage. And sooner or later, she's going to have to learn how to live outside of it. It's a safe cage, I bite back, my voice low and tight. Safety is the only thing that matters. Is it? Or is it just easier? She asks, her eyes searching mine. Is it easier for you? There it is. The button she knew would be there. The one she just had to push. Easier? The word comes out as a choked laugh. Nothing about this is easy. You've been here, what, a week? You think you know what this is? You have no idea what it's like to stand in the middle of a screaming crowd and watch your child completely shatter. To see the lights go out in her eyes and not be able to do a single damn thing to reach her. So don't you dare talk to me about what's easy. The silence that follows is thick with my anger. Blair doesn't back down. She doesn't flinch. She just holds my gaze, letting my fury wash over her. You're right, she says finally, and the simple admission completely deflates my rage. I don't know what that's like, but I'm not suggesting a full frontal assault. I came prepared for a tactical retreat. She turns to Chloe and speaks in a much softer tone. Hey, sweet pea, can you show your dad what's in your adventure pack? Chloe, who has been watching us with wide, silent eyes, obediently unzips the small blue backpack. Blair crouches down and I find myself leaning in despite myself. Okay, mission inventory, Blair says, her voice light and professional. One pair of noise-canceling headphones, preloaded with the sound of rain on a roof, her favorite. One weighted lap blanket, frog-shaped. 2 different kinds of therapy putty. The green is soft, the blue is firm, depending on the kind of day we're having. She pulls out each item, a magician revealing her tricks. 1 tablet with a visual schedule for the entire outing, from getting in the car to looking at the moss on the big oak, to having a snack, to getting back in the car. She'll know exactly what's coming next. No surprises. My own arguments are turning to ash in my mouth. I've tried this. I've tried to plan, but I've never planned like this. This is another level of preparation. This is competence. And, Blair says, pulling out a small container of perfectly cut, star-shaped apple slices. Emergency supplies. I'm not above bribery. She looks back up at me, her small, confident smile doing something strange to my insides. I'm not trying to throw her in the deep end, Travis. I'm just trying to show her the water isn't poison. I look from Blair's determined face to Chloe's hopeful one. She's clutching the straps of her new backpack, a silent plea in her eyes. I'm outmaneuvered. I'm defeated. I let out a long, slow breath and step away from the door. Fine. 1 hour. 60 minutes. At the first sign of real distress, the first sign, we pull the plug. We're gone. Deal, she says, her smile widening. But I'm the one who decides if it's real distress. Blair. You'll be in panic mode the second a dog barks 3 blocks away. She cuts me off, her tone teasing but firm. I'll be watching Chloe, not the imaginary threats. Trust me. The question is a dare. I look at my daughter, who is now methodically checking the zipper on her bag, and then back at the woman who packed it. I don't trust anyone, I say, but I'll follow your lead. For now. The park is a tapestry of threats. That's how I see it. The air is crisp, but it carries the distant yapping of a terrier, the squeal of a child on the swings, the low rumble of a lawnmower somewhere in the distance. Every sound is a potential trigger. The sunlight is too bright, dappled and shifty as it filters through the leaves. It's all too much, too unpredictable. My hands are shoved deep in my pockets, my muscles coiled and ready to snatch Chloe and run. But Blair is an island of calm. She leads us away from the playground, away from the open fields, to a secluded, quiet corner of the park dominated by a massive, ancient oak tree. What about the swings? I ask, my voice a low hiss. Shouldn't she be, playing? She is playing, Blair murmurs, not looking at me. She's watching Chloe, who has stopped a few feet from the tree, her head tilted. This is her version of it. She's processing, surveying the terrain. Blair sits down on the grass, tucking her legs beside her. She doesn't say a word to Chloe. She just waits. It's the thing she does that I can't seem to master. This active, patient waiting. After a full minute, Chloe takes a few tentative steps forward. She reaches the base of the oak and crouches down, her attention captured by a thick, velvety patch of moss growing on the bark. She reaches out a hesitant finger and gently strokes the surface, and then Blair does something I've never thought to do. She shuffles closer on the grass and gets down on her stomach, propping herself up on her elbows, mirroring Chloe's posture. She leans in, her expression one of genuine fascination, and examines the moss with the same quiet intensity as my daughter. Wow, Blair whispers, just loud enough for Chloe to hear. It looks like a tiny green carpet. Chloe glances at her, a flicker of acknowledgement in her eyes, before turning her focus back to the moss. I stand there, a useless, anxious statue, and watch them. The two of them, side by side, in their own little world. A quiet, self-contained unit. Blair doesn't try to direct. She doesn't try to teach. She just joins. She enters Chloe's world instead of trying to drag her into mine. The minutes tick by. The lawnmower shuts off. The yapping dog is gone. All I can hear is the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the soft, even breathing of my daughter. She is calm. She is focused. She is at peace. I'm not managing her triggers. I'm not bracing for a meltdown. I'm just watching her, watching my daughter experience a moment of simple, uncomplicated peace. The tension I carry in my shoulders, a constant companion for 2 years, begins to dissolve. The knot in my gut, the one that's been there since the day of the accident, starts to loosen. A feeling washes over me, so foreign I can barely name it. Relief. It's so profound, so absolute. It hits me with the force of a physical impact. My breath catches in my throat, and I have to put a hand on the rough bark of the oak tree to steady myself. The weight I've been carrying, the crushing, relentless burden of my failure to keep my family safe, lifts for a single solitary second. And in its absence, I feel so light I could float away. Chapter 10. Travis. The relief is so absolute it almost brings me to my knees. I'm leaning against the rough bark of the oak tree, my lungs finally pulling in a full, deep breath for what feels like the first time in years. The world comes back into sharp focus. The deep green of the moss, the brilliant blue of the sky, the two figures on the grass who have single-handedly dismantled my carefully constructed prison. You still with us? Blair's voice is soft, laced with a gentle amusement. She's pushed herself up to a sitting position but hasn't moved from her spot near Chloe. You looked like you were 1,000,000 miles away. I push off the tree, feeling unsteady. My voice is rough when I finally answer. Just processing. Anything good? She asks, a small, curious smile on her lips. It's quiet, I say, the words feeling inadequate. But it's not empty. Her smile widens, reaching her eyes. They're a warm, rich brown, like dark honey in the afternoon sun. I told you quiet could be full. We're caught in the moment, a silent acknowledgement passing between us that something significant has shifted. This fragile trust, this shared victory, feels both immensely powerful and terrifyingly delicate. Just then, a gust of wind rustles the branches overhead. A single, perfect yellow leaf detaches and spirals down, dancing in the air before landing with impossible softness right on the tip of Chloe's nose. She blinks, her eyes crossing slightly to look at it. Her mouth opens, and a sound comes out. It's a small, breathy puff of air, rusty from disuse. But it's unmistakable. It's a laugh. My heart doesn't just lurch. It stops. Every muscle in my body freezes. The entire world narrows to that one, single, miraculous sound. It's been so long. Over a year. I honestly thought I might never hear it again. The sound of my daughter's joy. Travis? Blair's voice is a whisper, her eyes wide, locked on my face. She sees the tectonic shift happening inside me. My own voice is a strangled rasp. Did you hear that? I heard it, she confirms, her voice thick with emotion. My hands are shaking as I fumble for my phone. It's a clumsy, desperate movement. I need to capture this. I need proof that this moment was real. I raise the phone, my thumb tapping frantically at the screen. The lens focuses. Chloe is looking up, the leaf still clinging to her eyelash, the ghost of that laugh still shaping her mouth into a perfect O of surprise. And in the background, just over her shoulder, is Blair. She's watching Chloe, and her face is illuminated with a smile of such pure, unadulterated delight that it takes my breath away. Click. I capture it. The moment. The laugh. The two of them, bathed in the golden afternoon light. Later that evening, the house is quiet again. But it's the old quiet, the heavy, suffocating kind. Chloe is in bed, asleep. Blair is gathering her things in the entryway, the professional boundary between us reasserting itself. I'm standing in the living room, staring out the same window as yesterday, but my reflection is a stranger. She had a good day, Blair says from the doorway. I hear the slight hesitation in her voice, the question she's not asking. Are you okay? I turn from the window. She had the best day. The words feel like an understatement. Thank you, Blair. It wasn't me, she says, shrugging on her jacket. It was her. And it was you. You trusted the process. You let go a little. I let out a harsh breath. I don't know how to do that. Letting go. Sure you do, she says, her gaze direct and unnervingly perceptive. You did it for 3 hours today. Looks to me like you're just out of practice. She zips her bag, then pauses, her head tilted. So what's really on your mind? You've been wound tighter than a watch spring ever since we got back from the park. It's so direct. So, her. No pretense. Just tired, I lie. Liar, she says. But there's no heat in it. Just a soft, knowing challenge. A good tired is different from a bad tired, Travis. This looks like the bad kind. Good night, Blair, I say, my voice a clear dismissal. She holds my gaze for a moment longer, then nods. Good night. I listen to the soft click of the front door closing, her car starting, the silence that rushes back in to fill the space she leaves behind. I'm alone with my thoughts, and they are relentlessly loud. I sink onto the sofa and pull out my phone. My thumb hovers over the photo gallery, then taps, and there it is. The picture from the park. It's a perfect photograph. The light is golden and warm. Chloe is the focal point, her face alight with a gentle, wondrous surprise. The yellow leaf is a tiny pop of color on her dark hair. And Blair is looking at Chloe with an expression of such profound tenderness, it makes my chest ache. The two of them, they look happy, normal. They look like a family. The thought is a brutal mix of searing joy and white-hot guilt. This image is everything I've ever wanted for my daughter. It's a moment of pure, uncomplicated happiness. But Sarah isn't in it. I'm not in it. It's a perfect little world, and I'm on the outside looking in. And the woman sharing this moment with my daughter, the woman whose presence made it possible, is a stranger I hired a week ago. A stranger who is making me feel things I have no right to feel. Hope. Gratitude. A dangerous, unwelcome warmth that has nothing to do with Chloe. My jaw is so tight it hurts. This feeling is growing beyond my command. This hope is a betrayal to the memory of the life I lost. I can't control the feeling, but I can control the evidence. My thumb moves, hovering over the small trash can icon. My heart hammers against my ribs. Delete it. Erase it. It's a ghost. It isn't real. It's an act of loyalty, an act of preservation, an act of cowardice. I press down. A small box appears. Delete photo? My hand is steady as I tap. Delete. The image vanishes. A wave of something cold and hollow washes through me. The photo is gone, but the image is burned into the back of my eyelids. I can still see it. Chloe's smile. Blair's joy. The warmth of the sun. Deleting it did nothing. It's still there. It's inside me now. I look up from the blank screen, my breath catching in my throat. Blair is standing in the doorway to the kitchen, a glass of water in her hand. Her jacket is off again. She must have forgotten it. Her expression is perfectly, terrifyingly unreadable. My blood runs cold. How long has she been standing there? Did she see the picture? Did she see me delete it?
Chapter 11. Blair. My heart slammed against my ribs, a desperate captive. He saw me. The phone in his hand is a dark, inert object, but a moment ago it held a memory he chose to execute. I hold up the glass of water, a ridiculously flimsy shield. I forgot this. Travis's face is a carefully blank mask, but I saw the raw panic in his eyes a second ago. He shoves the phone into his pocket, a gesture of concealment that's an admission in itself. Right, he says, his voice flat. Don't let me keep you. It's a dismissal, a clear, sharp order to retreat, to forget what I saw. The professional, sensible part of my brain agrees. I should nod, murmur a good night, and walk out the door. Leave the man to his ghosts. But the rest of me, the part that is currently aching with a fierce, unfamiliar compassion, is rooted to the spot. Are you going to tell me what that was about? I ask, my own voice quiet but refusing to yield. He scoffs, a bitter, humorless sound. What's there to tell? I was clearing out my photo library, deleting junk, that's all. You're a terrible liar, Travis, I say, taking a step into the room. I set the water glass down on the polished surface of the coffee table. You looked like you were defusing a bomb, not deleting junk. He stalks over to the window, turning his back on me. It's his go-to move, his fortress of solitude. What do you want from me, Blair? A confession? An explanation? It's my phone. It was my picture. It's done. It wasn't just your picture, I counter, my voice rising slightly. It was Chloe's laugh. It was the first time she's laughed in a year, and you threw it away. I want to understand why. He whips around, his eyes blazing with a pain so profound it makes me flinch. You want to understand? Fine. It was a picture of my daughter looking happy with a woman who isn't her mother. It was a picture of a life that isn't mine. It felt like a lie. It felt like a betrayal. Is that analytical enough for you? Is that a theory you can use in one of your papers? The words are meant to wound, to push me back into the box labeled employee. And they do. They sting. But beneath the anger, I hear the agony, the guilt, the impossible crushing weight he's carrying. It wasn't a lie, I say softly. It was real. I was there. Exactly, he bites out. You were there. The finality in his tone leaves no room for argument. He's drawn the line. Sarah's husband, Chloe's father, and me, the hired help who is getting far too close to the wreckage. I should leave. I really, truly should. I'll just finish up some notes before I go. I find myself saying instead. My body is moving before my brain can object, sinking into the armchair in the corner, pulling my laptop from my bag. It's a retreat, but not a surrender. He watches me, his jaw tight, but he doesn't tell me to go. He just gives a sharp, frustrated nod and disappears up the stairs, leaving me in a living room that feels charged with unspoken grief. 2 hours later, he finds me in the exact same spot. The only light in the cavernous room comes from the blue-white glow of my screen. The document open is my dissertation. Chapter 4. Somatic Manifestations of Childhood Trauma in Nonverbal Subjects. The cursor blinks at the end of the same, ridiculously dense sentence I've been trying to rewrite since I sat down. It's meaningless. A string of academic jargon that feels like a foreign language. Still here? His voice makes me jump. He's standing by the bottom of the stairs, wearing a plain gray t-shirt and sweats. He looks younger without his corporate armor, and impossibly tired. Apparently, I sigh, rubbing my eyes, this chapter is staging a rebellion. He walks over, his movements slow, and gestures to the armchair opposite mine. Do you mind? It's your house, I say with a shrug. He sinks into the chair, the silence stretching between us. It's different now. The anger has dissipated, leaving behind a raw, fragile exhaustion. He glances at the coffee table between us, at the cocktail napkin I've been systematically destroying. It's covered in a chaotic web of cross-hatching and spirals, my anxiety made visible in black ink. Winning the war? He asks, his voice low. Not even close, I confess, pushing the laptop away slightly. I'm an imposter. I feel like I'm trying to describe the color blue to someone who's never seen it. All these words, all this research, it feels hollow. Why? He asks. It's a simple question, but it's genuine. He's not mocking me now. He's asking. I look from the meaningless words on my screen to the man sitting across from me, his face etched with a grief I've only just begun to comprehend. Because it's easier to write about the theory than to live in the wreckage, I say, the words coming out in a quiet rush of truth. It's easy to sit in a library and analyze data sets on trauma. It's clean, it's controllable, but then you're in it. You're sitting on the floor with a little girl who has forgotten how to laugh, and you realize you don't know a damn thing. All these words just feel like a wall I'm building to hide behind. He doesn't respond immediately. He just looks at me, his gaze intense, searching. He sees the cracks in my professional facade. He sees the fear, and he doesn't look away. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and stares down at his own hands. They are strong hands, capable, the hands of a man who builds things. "I'm designing a new headquarters for a biotech company," he says. His voice rumble in the quiet room. It's all glass and reclaimed wood, open concept sightlines, a living wall in the lobby that costs more than my first house. It'll probably be on the cover of a magazine. He looks up, and the self-deprecation in his eyes is sharp and painful. It's a ghost, a beautiful, empty ghost. I spend my days creating these perfect, sterile environments that other people will move through. They'll work there. They'll live their lives in my buildings. But the buildings themselves, they're just shells. They don't have a pulse. He clenches his hands into fists. My work used to feel solid, real. Now it just feels like I'm designing elaborate tombs. His words resonate so deeply across my skin. The language is different. His is one of steel and glass, mine of psychology and theory, but the meaning is identical. We're both architects of empty spaces. "I know what you mean," he says, his gaze locking with mine. The words are a bridge. In an instant, the room shrinks, the shadows deepening around us until it's just the two of us, caught in the small, intimate glow of the laptop screen. He's not Travis Maxwell, my intimidating, grieving employer, and I'm not Blair, the competent child psychologist. We're just two people, fluent in the language of loss. Two survivors sitting in a quiet room, tracing the outlines of our own invisible scars. And in the shared darkness, a terrifying, beautiful intimacy begins to take root, winding itself around the wreckage of our lives. Chapter 12. Blair. The fragile truce we reached in the dark of the living room last night follows us into the morning light. It's a tentative thing, a quiet understanding that we are both architects of empty spaces. It changes the air between us. He's no longer just my employer, and I am no longer just a name in his emergency contact list. "I have a proposal," I say, finding him staring into the dark, silent abyss of his high-end coffee machine as if willing it to produce something other than disappointment. He turns, leaning back against the counter. He's already in a perfectly pressed shirt, but his tie is loose, his sleeves rolled up his forearms. He looks wary. "The last time you had a proposal, I ended up emotionally compromised in a public park. And Chloe had the best day she's had in a year." I counter, setting a container of flour and a bag of sugar on the granite island. "My record is pretty solid. You should consider giving me a raise." A ghost of a smile touches his lips. "What's the plan, Blair?" "We're going to make Christmas cookies." He stares at the ingredients as if I've just suggested we build a nuclear reactor. It's October. "They're sensory-friendly Christmas cookies," I clarify, pulling out a container of cinnamon sticks and a bottle of vanilla. The date is irrelevant. It's about the process, the smell, the texture of the dough, the repetitive motion of the cookie cutters. It's a low-stakes, high-reward tactile experience. He scrubs a hand over his face, the picture of resistance. "This kitchen. Sarah was the baker. I think the oven has been used twice in the last 2 years. Both times for frozen pizza." The mention of her name is a shadow passing over the room. But this time, it's not a ghost he's using to push me away. It's a fact, a piece of his history he's handing me. "Then it's time we made a new memory in it," I say gently. "Besides, I need an assistant, and Chloe needs to see her dad do something other than pace and look at his phone." "I don't pace," he grumbles, but he's already pushing away from the counter. "You absolutely pace," I say, handing him a bowl. "You're a world-class pacer. An Olympian of pacing. Now, make yourself useful. 2 cups of flour." He looks at the bowl, then at the bag, then back at me. "With a measuring cup, I assume? You can't just eyeball this stuff?" I can't help the laugh that escapes me. For a man who designs 1,000-foot skyscrapers, you're remarkably intimidated by a little bit of flour. "Yes, use the cup. Try not to get it everywhere." An hour later, the kitchen is a different place. It's warm, filled with the scent of cinnamon and melting butter. A fine dusting of flour covers nearly every surface, a testament to Travis's less than precise measuring skills. Chloe is sitting at the large wooden table, her face a mask of intense concentration as she presses a star-shaped cutter into a rolled-out sheet of dough. She is perfectly, wonderfully content. And Travis is smiling, a real unguarded smile as he carefully transfers one of Chloe's lopsided stars onto a baking sheet. "This is a mess," he says, "but there's no heat in it." "It's a productive mess," I correct him, rolling out another section of dough. We move around the island, a silent, easy rhythm developing between us. I roll, he transfers. I gather the scraps. He hands me the rolling pin. It's the most comfortable the silence between us has ever been. "What was her favorite thing to bake?" I ask, the question slipping out before I can stop it. He doesn't stiffen. He just pauses, a cookie cutter shaped like a reindeer in his hand. "Lemon bars," he says, his voice soft with the memory. "She made them for every occasion, birthdays, holidays, bad days. Said you couldn't be sad while eating something so bright." He looks at me, his blue eyes clear. "I haven't had one since." "Maybe we can try those next," I offer quietly. "Maybe," he says, and the word is full of a fragile hope. We work without speaking for a few minutes. The only sounds the soft thump of the cookie cutters and Chloe's quiet humming at the table. It's a scene of such perfect domesticity, it makes my heart ache. This is what this house should be, full of life and warmth and the smell of sugar. "I think this is the last of the dough," I say, scraping the remaining bits from the bowl. "We're going to need more flour to roll it out." "On it," he says, turning toward the pantry. I turn at the same time, reaching for the open container of flour sitting on the counter between us. It happens in an instant. We both reach for the flour at the exact same moment. My hand is going down as his is coming across, and the backs of our hands brush. A simple, accidental touch. A jolt, sharp and stunning, shoots up my arm. It's like grabbing a live wire. Every nerve ending from my knuckles to my shoulder crackles to life. The air is suddenly sucked out of the room. We both pull back as if burned. My hand flies to my side. His drops to the counter. Our eyes lock across the island. The warm, comfortable kitchen vanishes. The smell of cinnamon is gone. The soft sounds of our work are replaced by a sudden, screaming silence. The air, once so easy, becomes thick and heavy, charged with a tension so powerful I can feel it buzzing on my skin. His blue eyes, which were soft with memory a moment ago, are now dark and intense, searching my face with a raw, undisguised hunger that mirrors the frantic thumping of my own pulse. He stared at me, and I look at him, and the entire world shrinks to the space between us. It's a chasm filled with unspoken questions and a terrifying, undeniable longing. The comfortable rhythm is broken, the fragile peace is shattered, and neither one of us has any idea what to do next.
Chapter 13. Travis. I just lie in the dark and catalog my failures. Tonight's main feature is the kitchen, the memory of the back of her hand against mine, the shock in her wide brown eyes, the way the air turned to gasoline, waiting for a spark. I wanted to say something. I wanted to close the distance. I wanted to run. I did none of those things. I just stood there, a coward in a flour-dusted shirt, and let the moment die. Now, hours later, the silence of the house is taunting me. It feels different with her under the same roof. It's not just an empty house anymore. It's a house holding its breath. A sound cuts through the quiet, a soft cry. So faint I think I've imagined it. A floorboard settling, a pipe groaning. But this house is new. It doesn't groan. I hold my breath, listening. My heart, already unsettled, begins a slow, heavy drumbeat. It comes again, louder this time. A sharp, muffled gasp of pure terror. It's Blair. Every thought of the kitchen, of us, evaporates. A cold, primal instinct takes over. I'm out of bed in an instant, my feet silent on the hardwood floor. I don't turn on any lights. The moon is bright tonight, casting long, skeletal shadows through the halls. I move through them, my senses on high alert. Her bedroom door is ajar, the room empty. My heart lurches. Then I see her. She's in the living room, curled into the corner of the large sofa, a thick wool blanket pulled up to her chin. In the pale moonlight, her face is ashen, her eyes wide and staring at nothing. Blair? I keep my voice low, a soft rumble, the way I used to when Chloe would wake from a bad dream. She jumps, a small, violent flinch. Her head whips around and it takes a second for her eyes to focus on me, to register that I'm not a threat. Travis. Her voice is a ragged whisper. I'm so sorry. Did I wake you? I couldn't sleep. It's the brave default answer, the polite dismissal. But I saw her face before she knew I was here. I saw the terror. You cried out, I say. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. A piece of evidence I'm laying between us. She visibly pulls herself together, forcing a brittle smile. Bad dream. It's stupid. Honestly, I'm fine. Just a little spooked. I see the lie. I see the tremor in the hand that's clutching the blanket, the way her gaze keeps darting toward the dark corners of the room. The old me, the man driven by urgency, would push. What was it about? What did you see? I would try to solve the problem, to design a solution, to fix it. But the man who sat on the floor with her last night, the man who listened to her talk about wreckage, knows better. You can't fix a nightmare with logic. Stay put, I say. It's a soft command, and that was that. I turn and walk to the kitchen, the scene of our earlier standoff. I flip on the small under-cabinet light, bathing the room in a gentle glow. My movements are calm, deliberate. I fill the electric kettle, the sound of the running water unnaturally loud in the quiet house. I open a cabinet and pull out 2 mugs. Sarah's mugs, a matched set, one a deep blue, one a soft gray. I haven't used them in 2 years. I find the box of chamomile tea I bought a lifetime ago. My hands are steady as I prepare the mugs. This is what I can do. I can't enter her dream and fight her demons, but I can make her a cup of tea. I can perform this one small, solid act of comfort. In a life that feels like an avalanche of failures, this one simple task feels profoundly important. When I return to the living room, she's in the same spot, but she looks smaller somehow, lost in the shadows. I place the gray mug on the coffee table in front of her. The steam rises from it, carrying the faint, sweet scent of chamomile. I don't know if you like tea, I say, sitting in the armchair across from her. It's all I have. Tea is perfect, she whispers, her hands emerging from the blanket to wrap around the warm ceramic. Thank you. I just nod, cradling my own mug. I don't speak. I don't ask questions. I just sit. The silence settles around us again, but it's a different kind now. It's not the screaming tension from the kitchen, and it's not the empty void of my loneliness. It's a shared quiet, a vigil. My presence is the only thing I have to offer, a solid, breathing anchor against whatever haunts her in the dark. We sit like that for a long time, the only sound the soft sips from our mugs. I watch as the rigid terror in her posture slowly begins to melt away. The blanket loosens from her chin. The wild look in her eyes softens into a deep, weary sadness. "You don't have to stay," she says finally, her voice barely audible. "I know," I reply. Her gaze drifts around the dark room, then lands back on me. "You didn't ask what it was about." "You tell me if you wanted me to know," I say. The words are true. I've learned from her that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do for someone is to offer them a space with no demands. A single silent tear escapes the corner of her eye and traces a path down her cheek. She doesn't wipe it away. "Thank you, Travis." Her voice is thick with an emotion that makes my own chest tighten. She looks at me over the rim of her mug, and in the dim moonlight, her expression is completely unguarded. The competent professional, the witty academic, the woman who so bravely confronts my own demons, they're all gone. In her place is someone raw and vulnerable and achingly beautiful. She's looking at me, and it's not with fear or pity. It's with a look of profound, startling trust. It's a look that says she feels safe. With me. The realization hits me with quiet force. I, the broken one, the man drowning in his own wreckage, have somehow become a guardian in the dark for this incredible woman. She's looking at me like I'm the one who can keep the monsters away. And God help me, I want to be the man she's seeing right now.
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 14. Blair. The morning after the nightmare is fragile. There's an unspoken awareness that stills in the air between Travis and me, a shared memory of the two of us sitting in the dark, offering quiet comfort. He makes the coffee, and his hand brushes mine as he passes me a mug. This time, we don't pull back. We just let the fleeting warmth of the touch exist, a silent acknowledgement of the new, uncertain ground we're on. It's not the electric shock of the kitchen. It's a low, steady hum, a promise of something I don't dare name. We're sitting at the table with Chloe, discussing the plan for the day, a trip to the library to find books on moss. Of all things, when the doorbell chimes. It's an imperious 2-note sound that seems to vibrate with impatience. Travis frowns. I'm not expecting anyone. He opens the front door, and the fragile peace of the morning shatters. Travis, darling, a voice trills, dripping with saccharine sweetness. I was in the neighborhood for a charity luncheon planning meeting and just couldn't resist stopping by to see my little Chloe bug. A woman sweeps into the entryway, a whirlwind of expensive perfume, perfectly coiffed blonde hair, and sheer force of will. Carol. She's juggling an armful of brightly wrapped presents, which she deposits on the console table as if claiming territory. Her eyes, a pale, judgmental blue, sweep the room, taking in the sensory bin in the corner, the visual schedule on the fridge, and finally me. Her smile doesn't touch them. "And you must be the student," she says, her voice a little cooler now. "Blair, is it?" "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Scott," I say, rising to my feet. I extend a hand. She ignores it, her attention already zeroed in on her granddaughter. "Chloe, darling, look. Grandma brought you presents. Let's get you out of those drab pajamas and into this beautiful dress I found." She brandishes a frilly pink monstrosity covered in sequins, a sensory nightmare and tool. Chloe, overwhelmed by the sudden noise and olfactory assault, shrinks back in her chair. "Carol, maybe we should let her finish her breakfast first," Travis says, his voice strained. "Nonsense." Carol waves a dismissive hand, already moving through the house like she owns it. She plumps a sofa cushion that doesn't need plumping. "And what is this contraption?" she asks, gesturing to the bin of kinetic sand. "It looks dreadfully messy." "It's a sensory tool," I explain, keeping my voice calm and even. "It helps with self-regulation." "Regulation?" She repeats the word as if it's a communicable disease. "I see. Travis tells me you have some unconventional ideas." She turns to me, her smile tight. "I'm sure your textbooks are very informative, but some children just need a firm, loving hand, not experiments." It's a direct assault, cloaked in the language of concern. I can feel Travis stiffen beside me. "My methods are grounded in established behavioral therapies," I say, my voice betraying none of the turmoil churning inside me. I clasp my hands together on the table to still their sudden tremor. "We're making wonderful progress." "Progress," Carol muses, picking up one of Chloe's laminated picture cards from the schedule. It has a drawing of a book on it. "It all seems so clinical, so cold. Sarah, of course, she never needed any of this." The name drops between us like a stone, sinking all the warmth from the room. Travis flinches. "Sarah just had a mother's intuition," Carol continues, her eyes on me, sharp and calculating. "A natural gift. She knew exactly what Chloe needed, moment to moment. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Every word is a perfectly crafted missile designed to undermine me, to paint me as a cold academic outsider who could never measure up to the sainted memory of his wife. My own history, my own mother's voice telling me I think too much and feel too little, echoes in my head. I force it down. "I'm not trying to be Sarah," I say, my voice quiet but firm. "I'm here to help Chloe develop the tools she needs to navigate the world. The goal is to build her confidence so she feels safe." "Safe?" Carol latches onto the word. "My dear, she's safest with her family. Perhaps she just needs more time with me. We could have tea parties, go shopping. Normal little girl things." "Chloe doesn't like tea parties," Travis interjects, his voice low. "And the mall it's too much for her." Carol turns to him, her expression softening into one of pity. "Oh, Travis, is that what she's told you? That this person has told you? Children need to be challenged, darling, not coddled." She turns her gaze back to me, and the pity in her eyes becomes a sharp, dismissive judgment. The final killing blow. "It's a shame, really," she says with a sigh that's pure performance. "Sarah had such a natural touch. Some things just can't be taught." The insult is so profound, so dismissive of my education, my expertise, my very being, the breath emptied from my lungs in a silent rush, leaving me staring as the truth of his words settled. I open my mouth to respond, to defend my life's work, to say something sharp and definitive that will put this woman in her place. But before I can utter a single word, Travis moves. He takes one deliberate step forward, physically placing himself between me and his mother-in-law. It's not a large movement, but it's a definitive one, a human shield. He isn't looking at me, but I feel the resolute energy coming off him in waves. "That's enough, Carol," he says. His voice is perfectly calm, but it holds a core of solid steel I've never heard before. Carol is stunned into silence. Travis, I was just saying. I know what you were saying. He cuts her off, his voice dropping even lower. He turns his head just enough to meet my eyes for a split of a second. A silent message passing between us, before his gaze lands squarely back on his mother-in-law. Blair is the best thing that has happened to this family in 2 years. He lets the statement hang in the air. A stunning, irrefutable fact. She is staying. The 2 words are a verdict, a promise, a declaration. The quiet stretches is absolute. I watch the shock bloom on Carol's perfectly made-up face, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. For the first time, she looks utterly defeated. Then I look at Travis, at his strong, unyielding back, and a wave of gratitude so powerful it makes me dizzy washes over me. He didn't just defend an employee. He didn't just stand up to his mother-in-law. He drew a line in the sand. He chose this new, fragile, hopeful present over the suffocating expectations of his past. He chose me. And in the ringing silence of this quiet suburban house, I know, with a terrifying, heart-stopping certainty, that nothing will ever be the same.
Chapter 15. Travis. The echo of my own voice, "She is staying," has been ricocheting around the walls of this house for hours. It was a declaration, a line drawn in concrete. I can still see the afterimage of Carol's face, a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. And Blair. Every detail remains, stark and unforgiving, the stunned gratitude in her eyes, a look so potent it felt like a brand. Now I'm hiding. I'm in my office, the door shut, a blueprint for the biotech headquarters glowing on my monitor. It's a fortress of glass and steel, a perfect, sterile world where I am in complete control. It should be a refuge, but I can't focus. My mind isn't on load-bearing walls or HVAC systems. It's on the woman in the guest room down the hall. I stood up for her. I chose her. The realization is a terrifying, exhilarating thing. It feels like I've stepped off a cliff and I'm waiting to see if I'll fly or fall. The silence in the house is no longer empty. It's charged with her presence, with the unspoken thing that is growing between us. I minimize the blueprint. The clean lines and perfect angles feel like a lie. My life is not clean. It is not perfect. It is a chaotic mess of grief and guilt, and a terrifying, burgeoning hope that feels like a betrayal. My fingers move of their own accord, navigating the digital graveyard on my hard drive. Folders from before. Maxwell Tower Project. Riverfront Proposal. Italy. 2019. Each click is a step back in time. A visit to a man I no longer recognize. A man whose wife was alive. A man who was happy. It's a form of self-punishment. A reminder of what I had, of what I lost. A way to anchor myself in the past so I don't get swept away by the future that Blair's presence seems to promise. I click on a folder labeled Site Visit, Phase 2. It's from 3 years ago. It should be full of structural analyses and site photographs. Instead, there's a single generically named video file, img_5072.mov. Idle curiosity makes me click. It's a mistake. The screen doesn't fill with concrete and rebar. It fills with the sun-drenched kitchen of our old house. It fills with Sarah. She's laughing. Her head is thrown back, her throat exposed, her whole body alive with a joy so pure, it's like a physical blow. The sound of it, that full, vibrant, unrestrained sound, hits me first. It's a ghost limb I've been trying to feel for 2 years. At the table, a tiny, dark-haired Chloe sits in front of a pink cake with 3 flickering candles. Sarah leans down, her blonde hair falling over her shoulder, her voice a melody I thought I'd forgotten. "Make a wish, sweet girl, a big one!" On screen, Chloe puffs her cheeks and blows, a comical spray of spit that does nothing to the flames. Sarah's laughter rings out again, bright and effortless. "Okay, team effort," she says, her arm wrapping around Chloe's small shoulders. They lean in together. They blow. The candles go out. I can hear my own voice from behind the camera, a stranger's voice, happy and whole. Did you get it? Did you make a wish? The video ends. The screen goes black. I am frozen, my hand still on the mouse. The silence in the office is a physical presence now, a crushing weight. The vibrant sound of her life has been swallowed by the void. The office door creaks open. Travis? Blair's voice is soft. Sorry to bother you, I just wanted to ask if you... She stops. She sees me. She sees the stark white of my knuckles gripping the edge of the desk. Her gaze flicks to the dark monitor, then back to my face. The easy, questioning warmth in her expression evaporates, replaced by a sudden, sharp understanding. I'm sorry, she says, her voice barely a whisper. I didn't mean to interrupt. She should go. She should close the door and walk away and pretend this didn't happen. But she stays, a silent silhouette in the doorway. Was that... She starts, then hesitates. I can't look at her. I can't let her see the utter devastation on my face. I keep my eyes fixed on the blank screen, on the reflection of a broken man. Chloe's 3rd birthday, I manage to say. My voice is thick, clogged with unshed tears. The last one before. She doesn't offer platitudes. She doesn't say she's sorry. She just stands there, her presence a quiet, steady weight in the room. I try to remember it sometimes, I say to the screen, to the ghost. Her laugh, but it's faded. I can't ever quite get the sound of it right in my head. It's like a song you can't remember the words to. I finally take a breath, a ragged, shuddering thing. That was it, I say, my voice breaking on the last word. That was the sound. The confession became a chasm, a raw, bleeding wound. It's the most vulnerable I have ever been with another human being. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her take a small, aborted step into the room. Her hand lifts slightly as if she's going to reach for me, to offer a touch, a comfort. But then she stops. She freezes. Her hand drops back to her side. She understands. My heart, already fractured, splinters into 1,000 pieces. I see the battle on her face, the brilliant, compassionate woman who makes my daughter laugh and sits with me in the dark, wants to close the distance. She wants to come to me. But the line I drew this morning, the one that made her mine to protect, is the same line she cannot cross. For her to touch me now, in this moment of profound grief for my dead wife, would be an unforgivable transgression. It would be a claim, an admission. She's frozen in the doorway, caught between the professional she has to be and the woman she is becoming. And in her hesitation, in that impossible, uncrossable space between us, I understand that I am completely, utterly alone with my ghosts.
Chapter 16. Blair. The days following the video are different. The line I saw in Travis's office, the one I couldn't cross, is still there. But it's changed. It's no longer a chasm of his grief separating us. Now it feels more like a taut, vibrating wire, a tripwire. We're both acutely aware of it, and we spend our days moving around it with a careful, deliberate choreography. The tension is a constant low hum beneath the surface of our lives, which is why I suggest we make pizza from scratch with Chloe. I need a distraction. I need a mess. I need something normal to fill the screaming silence. It works. For a few hours, we're just people. Chloe, covered in flour, meticulously arranging pepperoni into patterns on her mini pizza. Me, arguing with Travis over the proper technique for stretching dough. And him, he actually smiles. Now it's late. Chloe is asleep upstairs, her dreams hopefully free of monsters. The kitchen is a disaster zone of dried dough, stray cheese, and the lingering delicious smell of baked bread and oregano. We're cleaning up, moving around the island, in a silence that has finally softened from brittle tension into a comfortable quiet. "I'm officially surrendering," I announce, wiping a smear of tomato sauce from the stainless steel fridge. This is a level of destruction I haven't seen outside of a kindergarten classroom. Travis lets out a low chuckle from his side of the island. He's scrubbing a baking sheet with a focus that he usually reserves for architectural plans. "I told you that you were a reckless sauce spreader. There was no need to get that theatrical with the ladle. It's called passion. It's a creative flourish," I retort, tossing the damp cloth into the sink. "Something you wouldn't understand. Your blueprints don't leave much room for improvisation." "You'd be surprised," he says, setting the clean pan aside to dry. He leans his hips against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest, his t-shirt strained slightly across his shoulders. "My first solo project was a masterclass in improvisation." "Oh yeah?" I turn to face him, leaning back against the opposite counter. The island is a safe, neutral territory between us. Do tell, was it a daring deviation from the schematics? Did you use an unapproved font on the title block? The corner of his mouth quirks up. Worse. I designed a fountain for the lobby of a corporate law firm, a big, dramatic, 3-tiered monstrosity, supposed to be the centerpiece, a monument to their power and influence. And, I prompt, intrigued by this glimpse into a younger, pre-grief Travis. And on the day of the big unveiling, with all the partners there in their $1,000 suits, they flipped the switch and the water pressure was miscalculated. He pauses, a glint of old mischief in his eyes. It shot a jet of water, clear across the lobby and directly into the open doors of an elevator, trapping the senior partner inside. A laugh bursts out of me, loud and unrestrained in the quiet house. "No." "Yes," he confirms, a real genuine grin spreading across his face. He was stuck in there for 20 minutes. The water shorted out the electronics. They had to call the fire department to pry the doors open. He came out looking like a drowned rat. I was almost fired. I'm clutching my stomach, tears of mirth gathering in my eyes. The image is too perfect. A monument to their power and influence. "It was a monument to my hubris," he says, but he's laughing with me now. "My boss told me I'd set a new standard for corporate water features." A ragged tear of air was all I had filled the kitchen. It's a deep, happy, uncomplicated sound that I haven't heard from myself in a long, long time. It feels good. It feels real. My laughter finally subsides, and I look up at him, a wide smile still on my face. He's not smiling anymore. He's just watching me, his expression transformed. The humor is gone, replaced by an intense, unguarded tenderness that makes my chest ache. The air between us shifts, the comfortable quiet evaporating, replaced by that familiar vibrating hum. "What?" I ask, my voice suddenly breathless. He doesn't answer. He just pushes away from the counter and closes the distance between us in 2 slow steps. He stops in front of me, so close I can feel the warmth radiating from his body. He reaches out, his hand, his strong, steady architect's hand, hesitating for a moment before it comes to my face. His movements, which are usually so precise and controlled, are impossibly gentle. He carefully tucks a stray curl that has escaped my messy bun behind my ear. His thumb brushes my cheekbone, and his fingers linger for a heartbeat on the sensitive skin just below my earlobe. The touch is electric. My breath catches. The laughter dies on my lips. The world narrows to the rough texture of his fingertips on my skin. He doesn't pull away. His hand stays, cradling the side of my face, his thumb stroking my cheek in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. The air goes completely still. He leans in, his gaze dropping from my eyes to my lips, and I see the raw, undisguised question there. My body answers for me. I lean up, tilting my head, my own lips parting in silent invitation. This is it. The tripwire. We're not just touching it, we're dancing on it. He lowers his head, and I close my eyes, every nerve in my body screaming with anticipation. Creak. The sound is small, insignificant. A floorboard settling in the hallway upstairs as Chloe shifts in her sleep. But in the charged, perfect silence of the kitchen, it's a gunshot. We spring apart as if we've been electrocuted. I stumble back against the counter, my hand flying to my mouth. Travis recoils, taking 2 quick steps back, putting the island between us once more. His face is flushed, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock, frustration, and a sharp, painful guilt. I know my own face must be a mirror of his. The spell is shattered. The beautiful, fragile bubble is gone. In its place is the cold, hard reality of our lives. He's a father. He's a widower. I'm the nanny. The space between us, which moments ago was filled with a promise so potent it was almost a taste, is now an agonizing, unbridgeable canyon. And we are left standing on opposite sides, staring at each other in the wreck of what almost was.
Chapter 17. Travis. The space between us is a minefield. Ever since the kitchen, ever since that disastrous, perfect, agonizing moment was shattered by the creak of a floorboard, we've been navigating each other with the painstaking care of bomb disposal experts. The air is thick with unspoken words. Every accidental brush of our arms as we pass in the hallway is a jolt of live current. The easy banter is gone, replaced by a stiff, painful politeness that is immeasurably worse than silence. So when Blair suggested we decorate a small Christmas tree, her latest sensory-friendly project for Chloe, I agreed. I agreed because the thought of spending an afternoon in this house with nothing but the screaming silence was unbearable. I thought an activity, a task, would give us something safe to focus on. I was wrong. Could you pass me the silver one? I ask, my voice sounding ridiculously formal in my own living room. Blair is on the other side of the small, fur-scented tree, carefully helping Chloe hang a soft, fabric bird on a low branch. She doesn't look at me. This one? She asks, picking up a glitter-free, shatterproof silver ball. Yes. Thank you, I say, taking it from her. Our fingers brush for a fraction of a second. We both flinch, pulling back as if burned. The echo of her skin against mine from the kitchen, warm, soft, electric, flashes in my mind. I see the flicker of the same memory in her eyes before she looks away, her cheeks flushing. Chloe, where do you think this one should go? She asks, her voice a little too bright, her entire focus now a shield directed at my daughter. I turn back to the tree, my heart hammering a dull, frustrated rhythm against my ribs. This is torture. Every moment is a reminder of what I almost tasted, of the softness of her laugh, of the way she looked at me right before she closed her eyes. The memory is a constant humming presence in the room, a third party to every stilted conversation. Dad. Chloe's voice is a soft whisper, and she's pointing to a spot on the tree. There. Good idea, sweetheart, I say, my voice thick. I hang the silver ball, my movements stiff. This is supposed to be a happy, domestic scene, a father and daughter decorating a tree. But it feels like a performance, a lie. We are 3 people pretending that the world didn't almost crack open a few nights ago. We work in that agonizing, hyper-aware quiet for another 10 minutes. The only sounds are the rustle of branches and our painfully polite requests. Do you have the box of bells? It's right here. Thank you. You're welcome. It's unbearable. I'm about to suggest we call it a day when Blair pulls the last ornament from the box. It's a simple 5-pointed star made of soft, yellow felt. I recognize it instantly. It's the star from the coffee shop, the first piece of magic she ever performed. She crouches down in front of Chloe, her movements slow and deliberate. Her voice, when she speaks, loses its brittle formality and softens into the warm, gentle tone she reserves only for my daughter. The contrast is a punch to the gut. Okay, Chloe Bug, she says, holding the star in her open palm. Last one. The most important one. This is for the very top. I find myself holding my breath. I watch Blair's face, the genuine, unforced tenderness in her expression. I watch Chloe, who is looking at the star with an expression of intense, rapt concentration. My daughter's trust in this woman is absolute. The thought fills me with a gratitude so profound it's painful, tangled up with a sharp, unwelcome envy I can't ignore. "It's a star," Blair says, her voice soft and clear. She enunciates the word, but it's not a lesson. It's a label, an offering. Chloe reaches out her small hand and takes the ornament. She holds it, her fingers gently stroking the soft fabric. She looks at the star, then she lifts her head and looks directly at Blair. Her small face is a mask of concentration. Her brow is furrowed. Her lips purse, then part. A sound forms, a breathy, hesitant whisper. Time stops. The air in my lungs freezes. Every nerve in my body goes on high alert. It's the sound of a gear grinding, of a rusty machine trying to turn over after years of disuse. My internal monologue is a frantic, silent prayer. Please. Oh God, please. I don't move. I don't breathe. I'm a statue, terrified that the slightest twitch will shatter this impossibly fragile moment. Chloe's eyes are locked with Blair's. She takes a shaky breath, her small chest rising and falling with the effort. She tries again, her entire being focused on this one monumental task. And then, with a final, huge effort that seems to take everything she has, she whispers the word, clear as a bell. Star. A choked, strangled sound rips from my throat. The world goes silent. The rustle of the tree, the distant hum of the refrigerator, the frantic beating of my own heart, it all vanishes. There is only that one, perfect, miraculous word hanging in the air. A word I haven't heard my daughter speak in 2 years. My gaze snaps from Chloe's triumphant, exhausted face to Blair's. Her eyes are wide, shimmering with unshed tears. Her hand is pressed to her mouth, and her expression is one of pure, radiant shock and joy. She isn't looking at me like an employee who has just achieved a milestone. She's looking at me with a shared, sacred awe. The line between us, the one we have been navigating so carefully, the one defined by my grief and her professionalism and our impossible, unspoken attraction, is vaporized. In its place is this miracle, this moment of impossible grace. She didn't just teach Chloe a word. She gave me back a piece of my daughter. She gave me back a piece of my life. I stare at her, the woman who sits on the floor and speaks the language of moss and felt stars, the woman who makes my daughter laugh, the woman I almost kissed. And the feeling that floods my chest is no longer just desire or gratitude or affection. It's pure, unadulterated awe, and it changes everything.
Chapter 18. Blair. Time splinters. The single perfect word, star, is still hanging in the air, shimmering like a heat wave. It's a sound I've dreamed of, a goal I've worked toward, but hearing it, feeling it vibrate in the quiet room, is so much more potent than I ever imagined. Tears blur my vision, hot and immediate. Through the haze, I see Chloe, her small face alight with a mixture of exhaustion and pride. She's looking back and forth between Travis and me, sensing the seismic shift that has just rocked our small universe. Travis is a statue carved from grief and shock. He hasn't moved. He hasn't breathed. He's just staring. The raw awe on his face, a thing of terrible, breathtaking beauty. Slowly, as if moving through deep water, he crouches in front of his daughter. He doesn't say anything. He just gathers her into his arms, burying his face in her dark hair. His broad shoulders are shaking. Chloe, in a moment of startling clarity, wraps her small arms around his neck and pats his back, holding the felt star against his shirt. My heart doesn't just break. It dissolves. After a long moment, he pulls back, his face wet with tears he doesn't try to hide. He whispers something in her ear, kisses her forehead, and then helps her down. "Why don't you go put the star on the tree, sweetheart? Right on the very top branch." Chloe nods, her mission clear, and pads silently over to the tree. Then he turns to me. The awe is still in his eyes, but it's mixed with something else now, something wild and desperate. He crosses the room in 3 long strides, his energy a vortex that pulls all the air toward him. He stops in front of me, and his hands come up to grip my arms. His touch is gentle but firm, as if he's afraid I might dissipate into thin air, as if he needs to make sure I'm real. "The kitchen," he says in a low, raw command. He doesn't wait. He just guides me, his hands never leaving my arms, pulling me from the living room and into the stark, bright light of the kitchen, the scene of our almost kiss. He lets the swinging door swish shut behind us, cocooning us in a sudden, intense privacy. He finally lets go of one of my arms to scrub a hand over his face, but his other hand remains, a warm, grounding weight. He's pacing again, but not the aimless, anxious pacing of before. This is charged, electric. "How?" he finally asks, the word ripped from his throat. He closes the distance between us, his eyes burning into mine. "Just tell me how you did that, Blair. What is it? A technique? Something from one of your textbooks? I need to understand." He's trying to find a logical framework for a miracle. He's looking for a blueprint for magic, because the reality of it is too overwhelming to process. "Travis, there's no trick," I say, and I hate the way my own voice trembles. "There's no secret. I didn't do anything." "Don't say that." He cuts me off, his voice cracking with emotion. "Don't you dare say that. I was there. I've been there every single day for 2 years. This..." He gestures vaguely back toward the living room. "This does not just happen." "She was ready," I insist, my voice gaining a little strength. "She felt safe enough to try. That was all her, Travis. All her courage." He lets out a harsh, frustrated breath and drops his hand from my arm, turning away to brace his palms against the granite counter. His head hangs low. "Safe. You keep using that word." He speaks to the polished stone. "I have spent 2 years trying to make her feel safe. I had this house rewired to have softer lighting. I bought sound-dampening curtains. I built a goddamn fortress around her, brick by silent brick, and all it did was keep the world out and the silence in." He turns back to me, his face a mask of agony and confusion. "You come in here with a box of sand and a cheap felt star, and you just dismantle it all in a few weeks. It doesn't make sense." The pain in his voice is a physical thing. I can feel the weight of his frustration, his love, his perceived failure. "Maybe she didn't need a fortress," I say softly, the words feeling fragile in the charged air. "Maybe she just needed someone to sit on the floor with her inside of it, to show her the walls could be doors." He stares at me, his blue eyes shining with unshed tears. He shakes his head slowly, a look of dawning, painful realization on his face. "No," he whispers. He takes a step toward me, then another. "That's not it. It was you. It was always you." My breath catches. "What do you mean?" "The coffee shop," he says, his voice thick with memory. "The park. That night in the living room after my mother-in-law called. Tonight. You don't just sit with her, Blair. You create this space around you, this bubble of quiet where it's okay to just be. No demands, no expectations." He stops right in front of me, so close I can see the silver flecks in his tired eyes. He's searching my face, trying to find the words. "Sarah," he says, and the name is a soft, aching sigh. Sarah was sunlight. She was bright and loud and she filled every room with this incredible, vibrant energy. She burned so bright. He looks down for a second, then meets my eyes again, and his gaze is devastatingly clear. But you're like the moon. You don't burn. You glow. You make the dark feel safe. The comparison, the sheer vulnerable poetry of it, steals my next inhale shattered. He's not comparing me to her in a contest. He's just seeing me in a way no one ever has. You showed her the way back, he says, his voice breaking. He reaches out, his hand hovering for a second before his fingers gently touch my cheek. You didn't just give her a word. He takes a shaky breath, the sound of a man standing on the edge of a cliff. You gave me hope. He says the word, hope, like it's a confession, like it's the most painful, terrifying, and sacred thing he has ever uttered. It's not a declaration of victory. It's an admission of surrender. It's the sound of the final brick crumbling from the fortress he built around his heart. And with that single, vulnerable confession, the last of his walls comes crashing down, leaving him standing, exposed and trembling in the ruins. And he's looking at me, just me, to see what I'll do next.
Chapter 19. Travis. The word hangs in the kitchen, a ghost in the air between us. Hope. I've said it. I've given the monster a name. I feel flayed open, every nerve exposed to the stark kitchen light. My hands are trembling slightly, and I clench them into fists at my sides to still them. I've just handed this woman a piece of my soul, a confession so raw and honest it feels like a wound. And now I have to stand here and wait for her to decide if she's going to stitch it up or pour salt in it. Blair's face is a study in shock. Her beautiful brown eyes are wide, shimmering with tears she hasn't let fall. Her lips are slightly parted. She looks at me, truly looks at me, and I see the echo of my own terror and awe in her expression. Travis, she whispers, and my name is a fragile thing on her lips. That's too much. The words are a bucket of ice water, a rejection. Of course, it was too much. I'm a mess, a grieving wreck of a man, and I've just placed the impossible weight of my salvation on her shoulders. The shame is a hot flush on the back of my neck. You're right, I utter, my voice a rough rasp. I take a half step back, trying to rebuild the walls that just came crashing down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. That was out of line. It's not your burden. No, she says quickly, taking a step forward, closing the distance I just tried to create. Her hand comes up, not to touch me, but just to hover in the space between us, a gesture of reassurance. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, you can't put that on me. It's not fair to you. I frown, confused. Say that again? Hope isn't a person, she says, her voice gaining a desperate, earnest strength. She's trying to counsel me, to be the professional even now. It's a heroic, heartbreaking effort. It's not something I can give you. If you feel it, it's because it was already there, inside you. Chloe just... She found the light switch. I just held the ladder. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh. A ladder? Blair, I was in a mine shaft. There was no light. There was nothing. Just darkness and the sound of my own failures echoing back at me. I look at her, and the need for her to understand, to accept the truth of what she's done is overwhelming. Don't you get it? You weren't the ladder. You were the one who came down into the dark with me. You sat in the silence and weren't afraid. You didn't try to fix me. You just... were. My own words, the comparison I made just moments ago, come back to me. Sarah was the sun. She was my sun. And when she was gone, I have to stop, the words catching in my throat. I take a ragged breath. When she was gone, I thought I would live in the dark forever. I thought that was my penance, my reality. I finally find the courage to meet her gaze again. But I was wrong. The world keeps turning. And then there's the moon. Her breath hitches. She knows what I mean. The mask of the professional is gone. It's just Blair now, her eyes luminous, her expression full of a terrifying, beautiful understanding. "You're giving me too much credit," she whispers, her voice thick with unshed tears. I'm just doing my job." "Is that what this is?" I challenge, my voice dropping to a low, intense rumble. I take another step, erasing the last of the space between us. Is sitting with me at 3 a.m. after a nightmare part of your job description? Is letting me see the terror in your own eyes part of the syllabus at Georgetown? She flinches, a silent admission. Is feeling that jolt in the kitchen when our hands touched? I press on, my voice dropping even lower. Was that just a tactile sensory experiment? "Stop," she breathes, but she doesn't move away. "I won't," I say. "I can't." I stood in my office and the sound of his laugh curled around me, a welcome warmth, my wife's laughter, and it almost killed me. And then I came out here and I saw you with Chloe and you performed a miracle. And for the first time in 2 years, the ghost in my head went quiet. Because you were louder. My confession still's in the air, a raw, undeniable truth. The weight of it, the sheer, terrifying freedom of it, is intoxicating. I look at her, at this incredible, strong, compassionate woman who has single-handedly resurrected my life from the ashes, and the feeling that rises in me is no longer just awe or gratitude. It's something deeper, something truer, something I never, ever thought I would feel again. "Blair," I breathe, and her name is a prayer. It's the only word that makes sense. I lift my hands, my movements slow, deliberate. I needed to shatter her perception of me. This coming. I need her to have the chance to run. I frame her face, my thumb stroking the soft, damp skin beneath her eyes. She doesn't run. She leans into my touch, a soft, shuddering sigh escaping her lips. Her eyes flutter closed. It's all the permission I need. This time there are no interruptions, no creaking floorboards, no ghosts. There is only now. There is only her. I close the final inch between us and kiss her. It's not the desperate, frantic kiss of a man starved for affection. It's not about passion, not yet. It's a kiss of pure, unadulterated reverence. It's the soft press of my lips to hers, a silent testament to the miracle she is. It's a thank you for every quiet moment, for every small victory, for every time she sat in the dark with me and wasn't afraid. It's a promise of a future I never thought I'd have. It's the beginning of everything. Her lips are soft, hesitant at first, then they yield, parting slightly as she kisses me back. She tastes of hope, of a life I could have. Her hands come up to rest on my chest, right over my heart, and I can feel the frantic, joyful, terrified beat of it beneath her palms. And as she kisses me back, as I feel her surrender to this moment with me, a spike of pure, ice-cold terror shoots through me. I've let her in. I've opened the gates to the fortress and let her walk right into the ruins of my heart. I've let hope in. And now, with the warmth of her lips on mine and her hands on my chest, I realize with horrifying clarity that I have everything to lose all over again.
Chapter 20. Blair. His confession, "You gave me hope," is a live wire exposed in the space between us. It's a terrifying, beautiful, impossible thing, and it has changed the very molecular structure of the air in this kitchen. I can feel the weight of his gaze, the frantic, unspoken questions behind his eyes. He has flayed himself open for me, and now he's waiting for my verdict. The kiss starts with a reverence that makes my knees weak, but it deepens into something else, something sharper, a desperate, hungry questioning. He breaks away, his forehead resting against mine, his breathing ragged. His eyes are closed, as if the sight of me is too much to bear. "This is a mistake," he rasps, and the words are a punch to my gut. My heart plummets. What? It's a mistake because I don't think I can stop. He clarifies, his voice a raw whisper against my skin. His eyes open and they are dark with a self-loathing that tears at me. And I should. I'm a disaster, Blair. I have nothing to offer you but ghosts and a traumatized kid and a house that's forgotten how to be a home. The raw, painful honesty of his words dispels my own fear. He's trying to protect me. From himself. Did it ever occur to you, I say, my voice low and steady, my hands coming up to frame his jaw, forcing him to look at me, that I'm not looking for a perfect house? That maybe I'm not scared of ghosts? You should be. Why? I challenge. Because you're grieving? Because you're a single dad who's trying his damnedest to hold it all together? Did you think I hadn't noticed? I give his head a gentle shake. Let me tell you what I see. I see a messy, grieving, ridiculously stubborn man who just stood up to his mother-in-law for me and learned how to make lopsided cookies. I see the man who sat with me in the dark after a nightmare and didn't ask a single question. You make it sound so appealing, he says, the sarcasm thin, barely veiling the raw vulnerability beneath. It is to me, I say, my voice dropping. I hold his gaze, pouring every ounce of sincerity I possess into it. All of it. So the real question isn't about what you have to offer. It's what do you want, Travis? His expression shifts. The self-loathing is replaced by a flicker of disbelief, then a dawning, terrifying resolve. He doesn't answer with words. He answers by lacing his fingers through mine, his grip firm, and pulling me gently toward the door. Travis, wait, I say as we step into the shadowed hallway. The faces of his past smile at us from their silver frames on the wall. The ghost of Sarah is everywhere, in the polished wood and the curated silence. Are you sure? If you're not ready for this? I'm not, he says without breaking stride, his gaze fixed on the top of the stairs as if it's an executioner's block. His grip on my hand tightens, a lifeline in his own haunted house. I'll probably never be ready, but I am done letting ready be an excuse for not living. His words steal the air from my lungs. He leads me down the hall to a door that has always been closed. His bedroom. He pushes it open and leads me inside, into the heart of his fortress. It's just as I imagined. A shrine of muted grays and blues. Orderly. Silent. It smells like him, a clean masculine scent of cedar and expensive soap that makes my insides clench. He lets go of my hand and closes the door. The quiet click of the latch seals us in, an unnervingly final sound. Welcome to the museum, he says, lowly and laced with a sad, self-deprecating humor. He gestures to the impeccably made king-sized bed, the comforter pulled taut as a drumskin. Exhibit A. The bed I haven't actually slept in since the accident. He points to a solitary worn leather armchair in the corner, the cushions indented from the weight of his grief. I usually just fall asleep in there. I look from the pristine, lonely bed to the chair, and my heart fractures for him all over again. Why are you showing me this? I whisper. Because I want you to see it, he says, turning to face me, his expression raw and brutally honest. His eyes, the color of a stormy sea, are wide, with a terrible vulnerability. All of it. The wreckage. Before we. I close the distance between us, my steps silent on the plush carpet. I place my hands flat on his chest, feeling the frantic, desperate beat of his heart. It matches mine, a wild, panicked rhythm. I see it, Travis, I say, my voice thick with an emotion so potent it feels like I might choke on it. I see it all, and I'm still here. A shudder runs through his powerful frame, a tremor that starts in his shoulders and travels down his spine. Why? He asks, a broken whisper that sounds torn from his soul. Why aren't you running? Because my whole life, I confess, the words tumbling out before I can stop them, I've been the one who analyzes the wreckage from a safe distance. For once, I want to be the one who isn't afraid to stand in it. That's all it takes. He groans, a low wounded sound from the depths of his chest, and his mouth is on mine. The kiss is a desperate, frantic thing. It's not gentle or coaxing. It's a collision, a claiming. His hands are in my hair, tangling in the strands, tilting my head back as his tongue plunges into my mouth, tasting of desperation and want. He kisses me like a starving man, like he's trying to devour the very essence of me. I meet his hunger with my own, my arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him impossibly closer. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Hey, I whisper into the darkness, my voice content and drowsy. He's quiet for a long moment. I feel a subtle tension creep back into his body, a chill seeping into the warmth between us. Her side of the bed was on the left, he says, his voice flat and distant. The words are a spike of ice in my heart. I lift my head, trying to see his face, but it's a mask of shadows. The peace is gone, shattered by a single sentence. The ghost is back in the room with us. Travis, I ask, my voice trembling. He pulls away, not just his arm, but his entire being. He sits up on the edge of the bed, his back to me. The muscles there are corded with a new, agonizing tension. I'm sorry, he says to the wall. I shouldn't have. That wasn't fair to you, to bring you in here, into this. A cold dread washes over me. I sit up, pulling the sheet around my bare body. What have we done? Chapter 21. Blair. His voice, when it comes, is a hollowed-out rasp aimed at the wall, at the shadows, at anything but me. I'm sorry, he says. I shouldn't have. That wasn't fair to you, to bring you in here, into this. Into this? A cold dread, sharp and swift, washes over me. I sit up, my movements jerky, clutching the soft cotton sheet to my chest like a shield. The man sitting on the edge of the bed, his back a rigid wall of muscle and rejection, is a stranger. The space he leaves beside me is cavernous, the air suddenly frigid where his body had been. The profound intimacy we shared only minutes ago feels like a hallucination, a lie I told myself. Into what? My voice is a trembling thread in the suffocating silence. Travis, what are you talking about? Was this a mistake? The question he asked me in the kitchen, once so full of hope and trembling fear, is now a weapon I'm turning back on him. It's not a question. It's a desperate plea for him to deny it. He turns his head slightly, just enough for the moonlight to carve his profile out of the darkness. And even from across the bed, I can see it. The raw, wild panic in his eyes. He looks trapped, hunted. His answer is the final brutal twist of the knife. I don't know. The words don't just hang in the air. They shatter it. The stillness breaks into a million sharp pieces, and my mind scrambles, frantically trying to find the precise moment the world tilted clean off its axis. How did we get here? It had been perfect. More than perfect. It had been a revelation. My mind reels back, grabbing for the memory, needing to see where it all went wrong. I was in his arms, my head resting in the hollow of his shoulder, his heart a steady, grounding rhythm beneath my ear. Thump, 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 thump. The world had shrunk to the size of his bed, the city outside a distant, irrelevant hum. Moonlight spilled through the blinds, soft and forgiving, striping his skin in shades of silver and shadow. I remember tracing the hard lines of his bicep with my fingers, mapping the faint scars there, marveling at the simple, solid reality of him. Every breath I took was filled with his scent, clean soap, a hint of the bourbon we drank, and something uniquely, intoxicatingly him. It was the scent of safety. "You're thinking loud over there," he'd murmured, his voice a low rumble that vibrated straight through me. I'd smiled against his skin. "Just this? Thinking about this?" His thumb had brushed over the curve of my hip, a lazy, possessive stroke that made my stomach flutter. "Is this a good thing?" I had searched for a word big enough. Good was an insult. Incredible felt cheap. I'd settled for the unvarnished truth. It's the only thing that's felt real in a very long time. He'd gone quiet then, absorbing my words. And it was in that quiet, in that profound and terrifying sense of being seen, of being safe, that I unlocked the door to the one room inside me I keep permanently sealed. The air had changed, the comfortable silence suddenly charged with something heavier. "There's something I have to tell you," I'd whispered into the darkness. He didn't pull away. He didn't demand to know. He just waited, his thumb continuing its soothing motion on my hip. "Okay," he'd said softly, his voice a promise. "I'm right here." And God, I had believed him. I took a shaky breath. "It's about my sister Anna." The name hung between us. I'd felt a subtle shift in his posture, the way his attention sharpened, zeroing in on me. He was listening with his whole body. "The accident, it wasn't just an accident," I'd begun, my voice already thickening. "It was the summer before my senior year. We were at the county fair and Anna, she was spiraling. She was always so bright, so full of life, but that summer, something was off. She was reckless." "Reckless how?" His voice had been so gentle, a velvet rasp coaxing the story from me, making me feel like the words were safe with him. Sneaking out, hanging with a bad crowd, the usual teenage stuff, but with her it felt different, desperate. That night, she wanted to go off with this older guy, Jason. He drove a beat-up Trans Am and always looked like he hadn't slept in a week. I knew he was bad news. And I couldn't let her. The shame, a familiar bitter taste, had coated my tongue. We were arguing, right in the middle of the midway, surrounded by the smell of fried dough and the racket from the tilt-a-whirl. I was so sure I knew what was best for her. "You were trying to protect her," he'd said. It was a statement, not a question, a validation, and it had almost undone me. Was I? The question I'd asked myself 1,000,000 times came out as a raw whisper. Or was I trying to control her? I told her she was embarrassing me. I told her she was acting like a child. I grabbed her arm to stop her from following him. My voice had cracked then, the memory sharp and ugly. She ripped her arm away from me and screamed that she hated me. Her face. I'll never forget the look on her face. Then she just ran. His hand had moved from my hip to my back, his palm a warm, steady anchor against my skin. "Blair," he'd murmured, my name a soft sound of comfort. She ran right out of the fairgrounds, into the street. I screamed her name. The scene played behind my eyelids, vivid and cruel. The glare of headlights, the sickening screech of brakes that sliced through the carnival music. The sound that has haunted my sleep for a decade. Tears had slid from the corners of my eyes then, tracing hot paths down my temples into my hair. "She survived," I'd whispered to him. But the brain injury, it changed everything. It took her future. It broke my family. And it was my fault. I pushed her into that street. No, he'd said immediately. His voice firm, a low point in my turning world. Memory. You didn't. An accident is not your fault. And that's when I made the final fatal error. Because he was wrong. He was trying to soothe the guilt of a girl, not the guilt of a monster. I had to make him see. I'd pushed myself up on one elbow, needing to see his face in the shadows. You don't understand, I'd insisted. The secret isn't the accident. The secret is why she ran from me like I was the devil himself. It's what I did to her for years before that night. His brows had furrowed in confusion, and he'd propped himself up to face me, his expression open, waiting, giving me all the rope I needed to hang myself. She wasn't just my little sister, I'd confessed, the words tasting like poison as they came out. She was my project, my responsibility. From the time we were kids, I was the one who had to make sure she was okay. She was messy and chaotic and brilliant, and I was organized. I made her schedules. I edited her homework until it sounded more like me than her. I vetted her friends. I was so desperate to control every part of her life because I thought I was keeping her safe. I thought I was helping. My voice dropped, heavy with the weight of the ugliest truth of all. I had this overwhelming need to fix it, to fix her. There. The word lingers in the silent room now, a ghost of the sound it made just minutes ago. Fix. The change in him was instantaneous, a violent, silent shuddering. The muscles in his arm, the one propping him up, went rigid. The warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by something cold and distant. I watched the open, gentle man from moments ago disappear behind an impenetrable mask. He'd pulled his arm back, and the loss of contact was a physical blow, leaving my skin tingling and cold. He flinched. He actually flinched away from me. And that's how I ended up here, in the wreckage, the sheet clutched to my chest, staring at the back of a man I thought I knew, a man I'd just given a piece of my soul to. And he doesn't know if it was a mistake.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 22. Travis. The words leave my mouth and hang in the air, foreign and monstrous. I don't recognize my own voice. It's the voice of a man I swore I'd left behind, a ghost who's been waiting in the shadows of my apartment for the right key to let him back in. Blair just gave him a master key. My mind is a blank white space except for one word, echoing, ricocheting off the walls of my skull. Fix. Overwhelming need to fix it. To fix her. It's not just a word, it's a brand. It's the title of my own personal tragedy. The air in the room becomes thick, heavy, unbreathable. The mattress, which moments ago felt like a sanctuary, is now a cage. The scent of her on my skin, on my sheets, jasmine and something uniquely, powerfully Blair, is suffocating. My heart is a frantic bird beating against the inside of my ribs, desperate for escape. The word connects with another, A clinical, calm word spoken in a beige office that smells faintly of lemon polish and recycled air. Urgency. Dr. Carroll's voice, patient and probing. You describe this feeling, Travis, this urgency. A need to manage the outcome, to solve the problem before it fully forms. Where do you think that comes from? The two words fuse in my head. Fix and urgency. They create a perfect, sickening storm of self-loathing. The quiet bedroom twists, the shadows in the corners seeming to deepen and mock me. They're not just shadows, they're memories. And in them, I see a face. Not Blair's. Sarah's. Her face pale and exhausted in the harsh light of a hospital room, the faint lines of pain around her eyes, lines I was desperate to smooth away. The fourth stand next to her bed, a silent, ticking clock. We were arguing, in the hushed, strained way you argue when nurses are just outside the door. About what? A new treatment, a specialist in another state, a diet I'd read about. It doesn't matter. It was always the same argument. You don't have to fix me, Trav, she'd whispered, her voice rough, her hand limp in mine. I don't need a project manager. I just need my husband. Just be with me. Her eyes. They were pleading with me. Not to try harder, not to do more. Just to be. To sit in the terrifying, uncontrollable present with her without trying to architect a different future. And I couldn't do it. My urgency was a sickness. My need to fix was a poison, turning her final months into a series of failed projects and frantic, hopeful plans that only highlighted the hopelessness of it all. I thought I was fighting for her, but I was just fighting my own terror, and I'd made her the battlefield. To fix her. Blair's voice. Sarah's reality. A wave of nausea rolls through me. I pull away from Blair, the movement sharp, convulsive. The sudden cold where her body was against mine is a shock, a brutal severing. The warmth, the safety, the reality we built here tonight. It's all a lie. I'm a lie. Travis? Her voice is small, a fragile thread in the darkness, and it's a sound I can't bear. If I look at her, if I see the confusion and hurt in her eyes, I'll shatter. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, planting my feet on the cool hardwood floor. The contact is grounding, solid. I stand up and begin to get dressed, my movements jerky and mechanical. I grab my jeans from the floor. The rasp of the zipper is obscenely loud in the quiet room. I pull on my t-shirt. The cotton feels like sandpaper against my skin. I'm encasing myself, rebuilding the armor she just spent hours dismantling. What are you doing? She asks. There's a tremor in her voice now, the first edge of fear. Travis, talk to me, please. I can't. The words are locked in my throat, trapped behind a decade of failure and a fresh wall of panic. If I speak, the ghost will speak. The project manager, the fixer, the man who breaks the people he's trying to save. My eyes scan the room, desperate for something to focus on, something to control. The chaos in my head is a roaring inferno, and I need order. My gaze lands on the books stacked on my nightstand. They're askew. One spine is a millimeter out of line with the others. It's an affront. I walk to the nightstand, my back to her, and my hands begin to move of their own accord. I pick up the stack of 4 paperbacks. I tap them on the wooden surface once, twice, until the bottoms are perfectly flush. Then I square the spines, my thumb and forefinger pressing them into a perfect, rigid block. I set them down precisely in the center of the nightstand. One small piece of order. My breathing hitches. What is happening? Blair's voice is closer. I can feel her shifting in the bed. The rustle of the sheets, a sound of accusation. 5 minutes ago we were, and now you're straightening books? I don't answer. I can't. I turn my attention to the floor. My leather shoes are near the door, one slightly angled, the other kicked off beside it. Disarray. Weakness. I walk over and kneel, the denim of my jeans protesting. I pick up both shoes. I place them side by side, heels against the baseboard, perfectly parallel. They look like soldiers at attention, ready, contained. I remain on my knees for a second too long, the image of my pristine shoes blurring. This is what I do. When the world inside me shatters, I frantically try to piece together the world outside me. I create small, manageable pockets of control to distract from the utter powerlessness I feel. Sarah used to call it my nesting. She'd say it with a sad smile, the one that meant she saw right through me. Was it something I said? Blair asks, and her voice is thick with unshed tears. Was it about Anna? Did I say too much? No. You said just enough. I stand up, my back still to her. I can feel her watching me, can feel her hurt radiating across the room. A tangible, wounding thing. And I know, with a certainty that feels like acid in my gut, that I am the source of that pain. I brought her into this room, into my bed, and let her believe it was a safe place. But it's not. I'm not. I'm a hazard. A walking disaster zone disguised as a competent man. And the most dangerous thing about me is that I make people feel safe right before the foundations crumble. It was a mistake, I say. The words come out flat, devoid of all emotion. It's a mercy, I tell myself. A quick, clean cut. It's the only thing I can do for her. I can't fix her. I can't fix anything. But I can stop myself from breaking her. A sudden stillness descends over the room. Pressing in is the loudest sound I've ever heard. It's filled with her shock, her disbelief. I can picture her face, the way her brows would be drawn together, her beautiful mouth slightly parted. Her voice, barely a whisper, cracks through the stillness. What was a mistake? The question is a plea. Tell me you don't mean us. Tell me you mean the tidying, the silence, this madness. Don't say it was us. But I am a coward. I put my hand on the doorknob. The metal is cold and unforgiving. I turn it, and without looking back, I walk out of the room. I pull the door shut behind me, not slamming it, but closing it with a soft, deliberate click. The sound is more violent than a slam. It's the sound of a final, irreversible decision. It's the sound of a cage door locking, with her on one side, and me, the monster, safely on the other.
Chapter 23. Blair. The silence in this house is a living thing. It's not the quiet of peace, not the calm I felt just 2 days ago, sitting across from Travis, while Chloe chattered about her day. This is a heavy, suffocating silence, thick with unspoken words and the ghost of a warmth that was snatched away so fast it gave me whiplash. It has a sound, this silence. It's the aggressive hum of the refrigerator, the groan of the floorboards under my socked feet, the distant tick of the grandfather clock in the hall. Sounds that were once just the ambient noise of a home have become a chorus of accusations, each one amplifying the space Travis has put between us. The air, once filled with the scent of his dark roast coffee, the sound of his low chuckle, and the faint woody fragrance of his aftershave, is now just stale and cold. It's a mausoleum, and I'm haunting it. For the past 24 hours, I've been adrift in a fog of hurt, so dense I can't see the shoreline. I've replayed our last conversation, our last shared look, 1,000 times, searching for the exact moment I screwed up. We were at the dinner table. Chloe was meticulously building a fortress out of mashed potatoes to protect her green beans from the chicken. I was telling a ridiculous story about a deposition where the court reporter's cat kept walking across the keyboard, inserting lines of gibberish into the official transcript. Travis had thrown his head back and laughed, a real, uninhibited laugh that reached his eyes and made them crinkle at the corners. He passed me the salt, and his fingers brushed against mine. It wasn't an accident. It lingered for a half-second too long, a spark of deliberate warmth that shot straight up my arm. He held my gaze, and in that look, I saw something unguarded, something hopeful. It felt real. It felt like the beginning of something fragile and beautiful. Suddenly, nothing. Sometime between that shared smile and the dawn of the next day, a wall of ice materialized between us. He built it overnight, silent and swift, and it's 1,000 feet high. There was no warning, no argument, no reason, just a sudden, brutal absence. Every attempt I make to breach it is met with a calculated evasion. This morning I came downstairs early, my heart thumping with a desperate kind of hope. I'd rehearsed a casual morning 6 times, trying to make it sound effortless, but the kitchen was empty. The only evidence he'd been there was a single ceramic mug, rinsed and sitting starkly alone in the dish drainer. He'd made coffee and left without a word, without making enough for two. A small thing, but it felt like a deliberate erasure. We don't share coffee anymore. Only I exist in this kitchen now. It was a slap. Later, I heard his voice from the living room, a low murmur. My pulse jumped. This is it. I can fix this. I smoothed down my sweater, took a deep breath, and walked in. The casual morning I'd practiced was already on my lips. The words died in my throat. He was already standing, turning his back to me as he pressed his phone to his ear, his broad shoulders creating a formidable barrier. "No, I understand the zoning restrictions," he said, his voice all business, clipped and impersonal. "Send the revised plans over." He walked right past me, his gaze fixed on some point in the middle distance, his focus so absolute it was a physical force. I don't even know if there was anyone who came through the phone, sharp and clear. He didn't just ignore me, he looked through me. He's a ghost in his own home, a phantom of the man who held my gaze and made me feel seen. And I am the fool who let herself believe the warmth was meant to last. My own code, my carefully constructed rules of professional engagement, lie in smoking ruins around my feet. I broke them for a moment of connection, and this is my penance, to be treated like I don't exist. The fog of hurt begins to burn away, replaced by the sharp, stinging heat of anger. It's a slow burn at first, a defensive warmth in my belly. Anger at him for this cruel, silent punishment. Anger at myself for being so vulnerable, for letting him in, for misreading everything so spectacularly. He's not just avoiding me, he's punishing me. But for what? For laughing with him? For letting our fingers touch? For making him feel something he clearly didn't want to feel? The anger licks higher, hot and clean. It's better than the hurt. Anger is a shield. Hurt is just a wound. Enough. I can't float in this miserable limbo for one more minute. I can't let him reduce me to a phantom in this house. I need answers. Even if I know, deep down, they're going to shatter what's left of my foolish hope. I find him in his office. Of course, it's his sanctuary, a world of clean lines, precise measurements, and logical problems that have definitive solutions. A world where messy, unpredictable emotions have no place. The room smells of crisp paper, graphite, and something faintly metallic. The door is ajar, and I push it open without knocking. The squeak of the hinge, abnormally loud in the tense quiet. He's hunched over his drafting table, a pool of bright white light illuminating the large sheet of paper pinned to its surface. He's holding a graphite pen, and his hand moves with a stiff, unnatural precision, tracing a line so straight it looks like a scar on the page. The muscles in his back are coiled tight beneath his gray Henley, a roadmap of tension. He's not just working, he's hiding. He's pouring every ounce of his frustration, his confusion, his whatever this is, into the rigid logic of architecture, trying to build a world he can control. He doesn't look up, but I know he heard me. The line his pen is drawing falters for a microsecond before writing itself. The tiny imperfection is the only proof I have that I still affect him at all. Travis. My voice is steadier than I feel, a credit to years of facing down hostile attorneys in court. He finishes the line, a long, deliberate drag of graphite on paper, before setting the pen down with a soft final click. He still doesn't turn. I'm in the middle of something. His tone is flat, dismissive, the voice he'd used with a contractor who'd screwed up, not the one he used with me yesterday. It's a verbal door slam. Tough. We need to talk. I take a step into the room, letting the door click shut behind me, trapping us. My heart is a frantic bird, beating against my ribs, but my anger is a welcome anchor. He sighs, a sound of pure exasperation, and finally straightens up, rubbing the back of his neck. But he still won't face me. He pretends to study the blueprint, his head tilted. We're done here, Blair. I have a deadline. Don't lie to me. The words are sharper than I intend, laced with the pain he's been inflicting all day. Don't stand there and pretend like everything is fine. Yesterday you were one person, and today you're someone else entirely. You can't just flip a switch like that and expect me to not ask why. He picks up a different pen, examining its tip as if it holds the secrets of the universe. It's a coward's move, and seeing it makes my anger flare brighter. I don't know what you're talking about. That's it. That's the final straw. The carefully constructed dam inside me, holding back the confusion and the hurt, cracks. The anger that served as my armor melts away, leaving me exposed. A tremor starts in my hands, and my vision blurs with unshed tears. I am no longer a capable attorney confronting a difficult client. I am just a woman who let her guard down and is about to pay the price. Talk to me, I plead, and my voice breaks, shredding the last of my pride. The sound is small and wounded in the sterile quiet of his office. Please, what did I do? Just tell me what I did wrong. He flinches. It's barely perceptible, just a tightening in his shoulders. But I see it. For a long moment he says nothing, his back a rigid wall. The silence stretches, filled with my ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I can feel him warring with himself. Finally, he places the pen back in its holder with painstaking slowness. He takes a deep, fortifying breath before he turns. And the man from yesterday is gone. The stranger from this morning is back, but this version is worse. His face is a mask of cold, polite detachment. His eyes, the ones that had crinkled with laughter, are flat and distant. He glances at me, and I feel the full, devastating force of his emotional retreat. He isn't just distant, he's gone. He meets my gaze, and I see him deliberately erecting a final, impenetrable wall. I think it's best if we maintain clear, professional boundaries from now on, I say. The words come out cold and clipped, each one a perfectly shaped stone I'm using to build the wall between us even higher. Her breath hitches. The last bit of color drains from her face. I can see the wound opening, raw and deep. I have to finish it. I have to make it airtight, leaving no room for argument. I let a beat of silence pass, a cruel, calculated pause. For Chloe's sake.
Chapter 24. Travis. The damn Christmas lights are blinking. On, off, red, green, gold. Each flash is a tiny, cheerful accusation. They catch on the glass of the picture window, reflecting a distorted, festive version of the living room that feels like a mockery. 3 years ago, these same colors meant something. They meant Chloe's breathless laughter, the scent of sugar cookies, the specific soft way Sarah's hair would catch the light when she threw her head back to laugh. Now they're just a countdown. I can hear her moving around upstairs, the soft thud of a dresser drawer closing, the whisper of fabric, packing. She's leaving tomorrow. Christmas Day. The irony is so thick it's suffocating. She came into this house of ghosts, and for a few weeks she chased them out. Now she's leaving, and the silence she's going to leave behind will be 1,000 times worse than before. My hands are shoved so deep into my pockets, My knuckles are straining against the denim. I'm staring out at the snow, watching the flakes drift down in the golden glow of the porch light. They're fat, lazy flakes, the kind that promise a white Christmas. Sarah loved this. She would have dragged Chloe outside, both of them bundled up, to catch snowflakes on their tongues. The thought is a razor blade sliding under my ribs. I press my forehead against the cold glass of the window, the chill of it a welcome shock. For the past week, I've operated on pure mechanical control. I built a wall of polite, professional distance, and I have not deviated. I've treated Blair like an employee whose contract is ending. It was the choice that shattered her world, and it's the only way I know how to protect her, to protect Chloe, from me. The floorboards creak behind me. I don't turn. I knew she'd come down. It was inevitable. The air in the house has been stretched thin between us all week, and tonight, it's going to snap. I brace for it, my shoulders tightening. I can see her reflection join mine in the dark glass, a ghost standing beside a ghost. "If you're waiting for Santa, you're a little early," she says. Her voice is soft, but it cuts through the hum of the refrigerator and the tinny sound of the claymation movie Chloe left playing on the television. Funny. The word is a low rumble in my chest, scraped raw. I aim to please. She takes another step, and now she's so close that I can smell the faint, clean scent of her shampoo. Something light, not floral, just clean. "You're going to wear a hole in that expensive-looking floor if you keep pacing." I finally turn my head, just enough to catch her eye in the reflection. Her face is pale, her expression determined. She's not here to say a simple goodbye. She's here for a fight. I wasn't pacing. "No? You were standing with the intensity of a man pacing on the inside. It's a whole vibe. Brooding, mysterious, a little constipated if I'm being honest." The corner of my mouth threatens to twitch. It's a phantom impulse, a ghost of a smile from a different week, a different life. I kill it. "What do you want, Blair?" "For you to talk to me." She moves to stand beside me, our arms almost brushing. The warmth coming off her skin is a physical thing, and I have to fight the urge to lean into it. We're both fully in the reflection now, two dark shapes against the backdrop of blinking lights and falling snow. Not the polite, sterile, "Did Chloe eat her vegetables?" conversation. A real one. The kind we were starting to have before you decided to build Fortress Travis and lock yourself inside. I turn my gaze back to the snow, focusing on a single flake as it makes its lazy descent. There's nothing to talk about. Nonsense. The word is sharp, an indictment. My entire body stiffens. There is a whole universe of things to talk about. There's the fact that 1 minute we were laughing over dinner, and the next you were looking at me like I was a stranger you'd found sleeping in your bed. There's the fact that you've spent an entire week acting like a defendant giving a deposition instead of a man in his own home. And there's the fact that I'm leaving tomorrow and you're standing here, staring out at the snow like it holds the answers to all of life's mysteries. So, forgive me if I don't buy the "nothing to talk about" line. Every word is true. Every word is a definitive strike against the wall I've so carefully constructed. I try to reinforce it, to use the cold, hard logic that has been my shield. Our professional arrangement is concluding. It was bound to get awkward. It's better to re-establish boundaries now. That's all this is. Re-establish boundaries? Her laugh is a short, sharp, incredulous sound. That's what you're calling this? You call treating me like I'm invisible re-establishing boundaries? I call it cowardice. My breath catches. Watch your tone. The warning is automatic, the voice of a man used to being in charge, but it's hollow. We both know it. "Or what?" she challenges, her voice dropping lower, more dangerous. "You'll fire me? I'm leaving in less than 24 hours. You've got no moves left, Travis. All you have is the truth, and you're too scared to even look at it." I feel the foundations of my fortress start to crumble. The silence stretches, filled only by the rush of my own pulse in my ears. It's for the best. I finally manage to splinter on my tongue. Is it? She presses, relentless. Is this really for the best, Travis? This miserable, suffocating quiet? Chloe feels it, you know. She asked me this morning if you were mad at her. That does it. The words slam into my chest, the breath hitched, trapped behind my ribs. A white-hot spike of shame and fury at myself shoots through me. I whip my head around, breaking away from the safety of the reflection to face her directly. The raw pain must be a gaping wound on my face, because I see her flinch. She what? She wanted to know why you don't laugh anymore. Her words. She holds my gaze, her own eyes fierce and unwavering. She's not backing down. So you can tell me this is for the best. You can hide behind your professional boundaries and your responsibilities, but don't you dare pretend this isn't hurting everyone. Her expression softens then, the warrior giving way to the woman who saw something in me worth saving. The anger in her voice dissolves into a plea, and it's this, more than anything, that undoes me. Whatever you're so scared of, whatever it is that's making you do this, you don't have to face it alone. Her words are quiet, but they hit me like a battering ram. Every wall I've spent the last week, the last 3 years, meticulously building comes crashing down. The logic, the control, the carefully constructed narrative of professionalism, it all turns to dust. All that's left is the howling, terrified thing I've kept locked in the basement of my soul. And it's clawing its way out. My control snaps. The leash I've kept on my grief, on my guilt, breaks. A tidal wave of fury and pain I didn't even know was still there surges through me, hot and blinding. Alone? The word rips out of me, a raw, ugly snarl. You think this is about being alone? You walk in here with your sharp mind and your smart mouth and your light, and you think you can just fix this? You can't. My voice cracks, the sound of a man breaking apart at the seams. You have no idea what this is. Then tell me. She fires back, taking a step toward me, not away. Her hands are clenched into fists at her sides, her chin lifted. She's not scared. She's meeting the storm head on. For God's sake, Travis, just tell me. You don't want to know, I say, the words a last, desperate attempt to protect her. Trust me. You want the neat, tidy version of me, the grieving widower. You don't want to see what's underneath. Try me, she says, her voice low and steady. A challenge, an invitation. And so I do. The poison I've held inside for 3 years comes pouring out, a torrent of confession that I'm powerless to stop. It was Christmas Eve, I begin, my voice a ragged whisper. The living room around me fades away, replaced by the memory. So vivid it's like I'm right back there. 3 years ago, we were decorating the tree just like this one. Chloe was too. She was running around with tinsel in her hair, laughing her head off. I can see it so clearly. Sarah standing on the little step stool, trying to put the angel on top of the tree, her smile. We got into a fight. It started over something so stupid, so ridiculously, pathetically small. I don't even remember what. Maybe I'd bought the wrong lights, or she thought the tree was crooked. It doesn't matter. It was never about the tree. The words are tumbling out of me now, clumsy and sharp-edged. It escalated. We'd been fighting a lot. About money. About my hours at the firm. About her wanting to go back to work. We were both exhausted, both stretched so thin we were transparent. And we said things. I drag a hand over my face, the phantom sting of her words, of my words, as fresh as ever. I marveled that she could be so being selfish. I told her she didn't appreciate anything I did, that all she did was complain. I was angry and I wanted to hurt her, and it worked. Blair just watches me, her expression stripped of everything but a deep, unwavering focus. She isn't pitying me. She's witnessing this, It makes it harder and it makes it possible. She got this look on her face, I continue, my voice thick with the memory. Like I just reached inside her chest and crushed something. She didn't yell back. She just deflated. She got off the stool, put her coat on, and grabbed her car keys from the bowl by the door. My own breath hitches, a painful sawing sound in my chest. I asked her where she was going. She wouldn't answer me. She just looked at me with that broken look and said, "I just need to get out of here. I need to breathe." Those were the last words she ever said to me. I was still so angry, so full of my own righteous nonsense. I told her, "Fine, run away. That's what you're good at." She just shook her head and walked out. I didn't go after her. I just stood here and listened to the front door slam. I listened to the sound of her car starting, the tires squealing as she peeled out of the driveway and sped away into the night. The next part is a blur of shame and regret so potent it makes me nauseous. I was glad she was gone. For 10 minutes I stood right here, stewing in my anger, feeling justified. And then the guilt started to creep in. Then the worry. The roads were icy. It had just started to snow. I finally look at Blair, really look at her, forcing her to see the ugly, rotten truth of me. She died because she was running away from me, from the things I said, from the person I was. She was upset. She was driving too fast on a bad night, and she hit a patch of black ice. The police said she never even saw the tree. She was gone instantly. My confession hangs in the air, grotesque and obscene amidst the cheerful blinking lights. My love is a wrecking ball, Blair. The final awful truth comes out, raw and broken. It breaks things. It broke her. It will not destroy you too. I will not let it. I'm heaving, my chest rising and falling with ragged, painful breaths, my body trembling with the force of the confession. The ugliest secret of my life is finally out, lying exposed on the floor between us. My next breath catches, loud in the sudden void. I stare at her, my eyes wild with the pain and self-loathing that has been my constant companion for 3 years. I wait. I wait for the horror to dawn on her face. I wait for the revulsion, the judgment, the condemnation I know I deserve. I wait for her to turn and run just like Sarah did.
Chapter 25. Blair. His confession hangs in the air between us. It doesn't drop to the floor. It floats, a toxic, shimmering cloud, catching the festive red and green lights of the Christmas tree and twisting them into something grotesque. Each word is a shard of glass, and I am standing barefoot in the wreckage of his life. He's heaving, chest rising and falling in ragged, desperate pulls. His eyes, God, his eyes, are wild, stripped bare of every defense he's ever erected. They are filled with a self-loathing so profound, it's a physical presence in the room. He stares at me, waiting. It's the look of a man who has just laid his head on the executioner's block and is waiting for the axe to fall. He's not asking for mercy. He's braced for the blow he is absolutely certain he deserves. And I cannot breathe. My lungs have seized. Every instinct, every ounce of my legal training is screaming at me to speak. Object, rebut, cross-examine. Find the loophole, but my body is frozen, held captive by a wave of something so powerful, it feels like drowning. It's not horror. It's not disgust. It's empathy. A tidal wave of it, so fierce and absolute, it knocks the air from my lungs and steals the words from my mouth, because I don't see a monster. I see the truth. Not just the truth of that night, but the truth of the man I've come to know. Every cold shoulder, every clipped sentence, every time he flinched away from a shared laugh, it all clicks into place with a sickening, tragic clarity. It wasn't about me. It was never about me. It was about this moment. This wound he has been tending in absolute solitude for 3 years. He hasn't just been grieving. He's been standing trial. In a courtroom of one, he has been the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury, and he found himself guilty on all counts. The sentence? Solitary confinement for life. My silence stretches. It's only a few seconds, but in the space between the blinking of the Christmas lights, it feels like an eternity. I'm trying to find the words. My love is a wrecking ball. The phrase echoes in the quiet, a damning verdict he's passed on himself. I watch his face as the seconds tick by. I see the flicker of hope, a tiny, fragile ember I didn't even realize was there. Get extinguished. He sees my shock, my speechlessness, and twists it into the only narrative he can accept: condemnation. His shoulders, which were braced for the blow, now slump in weary resignation. He was right all along. He is unforgivable. Right. He breathes, the single word a puff of white smoke in the cold space between us. It's the sound of a door slamming shut, of a lock turning. There it is. Travis, that's not... I finally find my voice, but it's too late. He's already retreating, pulling the armor of his despair back around himself. No, it's okay, he says, holding up a hand to stop my words. His voice is different now. The raw, ragged emotion is gone, replaced by a terrifying calm. You don't have to say it. The lawyer in you is probably having a field day with the myriad ways I'm culpable. Negligent infliction of emotional distress, maybe? That seems to fit. That's not what I was thinking, I say, my voice firm now, finding its footing. And for the record, that's a civil tort, not a moral failing. There's a difference. Is there? He gives a short, bitter laugh that holds no humor. From where I'm standing, it all looks the same. He turns away from me, and the movement is so final, it feels like a physical rejection. I just needed you to see it, the whole picture, before you left. Why? I ask, taking a step toward his back. Why did you need me to see it, Travis? Were you trying to punish me or yourself? He stops, his back still to me. I was trying to protect you. By treating me like a stranger for a week? By making me feel like I'd imagined every moment of connection between us? That wasn't protection. That was cruelty. There's a difference there, too. My words are sharp, but I need to cut through the wall he's rebuilding brick by painstaking brick. Talk to me. Don't just drop a bomb like that and then walk away. He finally turns, but the man from 2 minutes ago is gone. The wild-eyed, broken person has vanished. In his place is a stranger wearing Travis's face. His expression is utterly, devastatingly blank. The fire, the pain, the rage, it's all gone, leaving nothing behind but dead, gray embers. The sudden absence of his emotion is more chilling than the outburst that preceded it. So now you know, he says, and his voice is a hollowed-out thing, an echo in an empty chamber. Know what? I challenge, my own voice rising, fueled by a desperate need to break through the new wall of ice. That you're a human being who made a mistake? That you've been torturing yourself for 3 years over a tragedy you couldn't possibly have controlled? Yes, I know that. He almost smiles. It's a horrifying sight, a slight dead curve of his lips that doesn't reach his eyes. You lawyers, always spinning. You see a tragedy? I see a cause and effect. I said the words. She got in the car. It's a straight line, Blair. Clean. Simple. Nothing about this is clean or simple. I take a step toward him, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. You think you're the only person in the world who's ever said something hateful in a fight? You think you're the only one who's ever watched someone they love walk out the door in anger? I'm the one whose wife never came back. The statement is flat, absolute. A closed door, a locked room. He doesn't wait for my response. He walks over to the antique secretary desk, tucked into the corner of the room. The polished wood gleams under the light of a small green banker's lamp. I watch, my heart a leaden weight in my chest, as he pulls open a drawer. He removes a long white business envelope. My name is written on the front in his sharp architectural script. He walks back toward me, his steps measured and even. He stops a few feet away, a chasm of unspoken words between us, and holds out the envelope. My eyes flick from his face to the check in his hand and back again. My final payment. The transactional nature of the gesture is a slap. He's reducing us back to our original roles: client, attorney, case closed. "You were a Christmas miracle, Blair," he says, his voice completely devoid of inflection. He's reciting a line from a script he wrote a long time ago. "You came in here, you worked your magic, and you saved my family. I will be grateful for that for the rest of my life." He pushes the envelope a little closer to me, but the miracle is over. The words hit me hard, not just for their finality, but for the profound sadness underneath them. A miracle, something temporary, something you're not meant to keep. He never let himself believe, not for 1 second, that I was real, that we could be real. I was just a magical solution to a legal problem, and my expiration date was always Christmas Day. My hand feels impossibly heavy as I reach out and take the envelope from him. The paper is crisp and cool against my trembling fingers. I don't look at it. I can't tear my eyes away from his face, searching for a crack in the blank facade, a flicker of the man who laughed with me, who let his daughter fall asleep on my lap, whose fingers lingered against mine for a half-second too long. There's nothing. He is a perfectly rendered statue of a man. "Travis," I whisper, my voice breaking. "Don't do this." "It's already done," he says, his voice flat. "The case is won. Chloe is safe. Your job is finished." He takes a small step back, a deliberate retreat, and then he turns his back on me. It's not a storming off. It's not an angry gesture. It's a quiet, methodical dismissal, a final brutal closing of a door that I now know was never truly open. He walks back to the picture window and stands there, looking out at the snow, a solitary figure framed by the cheerful, blinking lights of the Christmas tree. He has returned to his self-imposed exile. I am left standing alone in the middle of the magnificent, lonely room. The check in my hand feels like a judgment. The silence of the house descends, but it's not empty. It's screaming. It's filled with the ghosts of what might have been, with the ugly truth of his past, and with the chilling finality of his last words. The festive lights blink on and off, illuminating nothing but the vast, cold space between us.
Chapter 26. Travis. Christmas morning arrives without a sound. The world outside the picture window is brand new, buried under a thick, pristine blanket of snow. The sun hits it and sends a billion tiny diamonds skittering across the surface. It's the kind of beautiful, silent morning that should feel peaceful. Instead, the quiet in here is a sickness. It's the silence of a tomb. I'm in the kitchen, leaning against the counter, nursing a mug of coffee I have no intention of drinking. The heat seeps into my palms, the only sensation I've allowed myself since I woke up. Her suitcase is by the front door, a sleek black carry-on, efficient, professional. It's a period at the end of a sentence I can't bear to read. The soft clink of a spoon against ceramic makes me look up. Blair is half a world away on a long marble island, pushing cereal around in a bowl. She's dressed in dark jeans and a soft gray sweater, ready to leave. Her movements are small, contained, but the set of her jaw is anything but. She isn't sad. She's furious. "You're up early," I say. My voice sounds alien in the quiet, a rusty hinge groaning open. "My flight's at 1. Wanted to get an early start." She doesn't look at me, her focus entirely on her spoon as it methodically drowns a Cheerio. "Right." I take a slow sip of the scalding coffee, letting it burn my tongue. A welcome distraction. The roads should be clear by the time you have to leave. The plows have been through. Good to know. This is what we are now. Two strangers discussing travel logistics. The air is thick with the ghost of my confession from last night. The image is burned into my memory, the look on her face, the shock, the pity. It was exactly what I expected. The condemnation I've lived with for 3 years, finally mirrored in someone else's eyes. I clear my throat, pushing off the counter. I need to get this over with. The final transaction. I left your final payment on the desk in the living room. That makes her look up. Her eyes, usually so warm, are like chips of obsidian. I saw it. I trust the amount is correct. A humorless smile touches her lips. Always the professional, Travis, even now. She sets her spoon down with a sharp, definitive click. Yes, the amount is correct. Generous, even. Is that what it's for? A little something extra for the emotional damages? That's not what it is, I say, my own voice hardening. No? Then what is it? A guilt payment? A thanks for listening to my soul-crushing trauma. Please sign this NDA on your way out bonus? Each question is a perfectly aimed dart. It's gratitude, I bite out, the word tasting like acid. For what you did for my daughter, that's all. Right, for Chloe. She nods slowly, her gaze unwavering. You've gotten very good at hiding behind her. That's not fair, isn't it? She stands, pushing the half-eaten bowl away. She walks around the island until she's standing directly in front of me, forcing me to meet her gaze. She's close enough that I can see the faint gold flecks in her brown eyes, see the tremor of anger in her tightly pressed lips. Last night, you used her as a reason to push me away. This morning, you're using her as a shield for your conscience. You can't have it both ways. I'm not hiding, I lie. I'm being realistic. I showed you who I am, Blair. The ugliest parts. What did you expect would happen next? We'd trim the tree and sing carols? I expected you to give me a chance to respond. Her voice rises, cracking with the frustration she's been holding back. I expected you to not treat my silence, my shock, for God's sake, as a verdict. I was processing, you jerk. And while I was trying to find the words, you'd already tried, convicted, and sentenced yourself, and me along with you. There was nothing to say. I saw your face. You saw what you wanted to see. You saw the condemnation you think you deserve. She takes a breath, lowering her voice, but it's heavier now, weighted with a sorrow that's worse than the anger. I didn't see a monster last night, Travis. I saw a man in pain, a man who has been punishing himself for 3 years, and I am so sorry for that pain. But I will not be your penance. I will not be the woman you nobly push away so you can go back to your regularly scheduled self-flagellation. Her words land, every one of them. She's not just a lawyer. She can read a man's soul and cite it back to him. Before I can form a defense, before I can even think of how to respond, a soft patter of footsteps on the hardwood floor announces a third person at this trial. Chloe appears in the archway of the kitchen. She's in her red reindeer onesie, her hair a wild halo, clutching her communication tablet to her chest like a shield. Her face is serious, a tiny general surveying a battlefield. Her eyes find me first, and the look she gives me is long and unblinking. There is no smile, no Dada, just a deep, knowing stare that sees right through the walls I've built. Then, with a determination that splinters the hollow space inside me, she looks right through me, her gaze shifting to Blair. She adjusts her grip on the tablet and marches past me, a deliberate, calculated dismissal. She walks right up to Blair, who immediately kneels, her earlier anger melting away into softness. Well, good morning, sweet pea. Merry Christmas. Chloe doesn't respond. She just looks from Blair's face to mine, and then back again. I can see the wheels turning in her head. She knows. She can feel the fractured, toxic energy in the room. Then she begins to type. The tap-tap-tap of her finger on the screen is the only sound in the world. It's slow, deliberate, the sound of a child carving stone. A moment later, she holds up the tablet, lifting it with both hands so Blair can see. The screen glows with a soft white light. On it, in the simple blocky font the app uses, are 2 words. BLAIRSTAY. The 2 words are stark and brutal and perfect. They are a prayer and a command. I watch Blair's face. I see her breath catch. Her eyes are fixed on the screen, her beautiful, expressive face stripped of its composure, leaving only a raw, unguarded vulnerability. She raises a hand to her mouth, her fingers trembling. A single tear escapes the corner of her eye. It hangs on her lashes for a moment, impossibly bright in the morning sun, before tracing a silent, silver path down her cheek. The sight of that tear is a physical shock. It's like a defibrillator paddle slammed onto my chest. The numbness shatters. The hollow space inside me collapses, and in its place, a torrent of feeling rushes in. Grief, shame, and a terrifying, unfamiliar flicker of hope. My daughter. My silent, observant, brilliant daughter. She has more courage in her tiny body than I have in my entire miserable existence. She can't speak, but she just said the one thing I was too much of a coward to even think. Blair finally tears her gaze from the tablet. She lifts her eyes to mine. Her heart is in them. I can see it, right there on the surface. A landscape of hurt, of empathy, of a question she isn't asking but is screaming with every ounce of her being. Chloe's words hang between us, an impossibly heavy weight. Blair. Stay. It's a plea from my daughter. But coming from Blair's eyes, it's a choice presented to me. The suitcase by the door. The rental car keys on the hall table. The wide, empty road outside, covered in clean, white snow. It's all right there. The escape route. I can let her walk out that door. I can let her go, and I can go back to my tomb, safe in the knowledge that my wrecking ball will never touch her. It is the sensible, selfless thing to do. The penance I deserve. Or I can fight. I can take a single step toward her and prove that my daughter's courage was not wasted. I can fight the ghost of Sarah, fight the poison of my own guilt, fight the certainty that I am a destroyer of beautiful things. I can fight for the woman who saw the monster and didn't run. I can fight for the impossible, terrifying chance that this time, it could be different. The silence stretches, pulled taut like a wire. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. I look at Blair, with a single tear still glistening on her cheek, and I know.
Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 27. Blair. The silence in the room is a physical thing. It has a weight, a texture. It's made of the morning sun slanting through the window, the scent of coffee and pine, and the 2 stark words glowing on a tablet screen. Blair, stay. Chloe stands between us, a tiny, fierce warrior who has just lobbed a grenade into the middle of our Cold War. My tear is still wet on my cheek, and his face, Travis's face, is a ruin. The hollowed-out mask he's been wearing since last night has shattered, and what's left is raw, chaotic, and utterly exposed. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs, a wild rhythm of hope and fear. This is it, the final moment. He can let me walk out that door and prove he's the coward I accused him of being, or he can fight. For the first time, I have no idea which way he'll go. He moves. It's not a big movement. Just a single decisive step. And then another. He doesn't speak. He just walks, his eyes locked on mine, past the marble island, past the expensive leather sofa, until he's standing directly between me and the front door. He doesn't touch me. He just blocks my exit. An architect building one last wall, not to keep me out, but to keep me in. It's a silent, desperate plea, an action that says everything his pride won't let him. He finally tears his gaze from mine and looks down at his daughter. He crouches, his tall frame folding until he's on her level. He gently takes the tablet from her hands and sets it on a nearby table. Then he cups her face in his large, trembling hands. "Thank you, sweet pea," he whispers. His voice thick and rough. He kisses her forehead, a long, reverent press of his lips. "Go watch your cartoons, okay? Daddy needs to talk to Blair." Chloe looks from his face to mine, her expression impossibly wise. She gives a single solemn nod and pads out of the room, leaving the three of us, me, him, and the truth, alone. Travis rises slowly, his eyes finding mine again. The silence stretches, pulled taut. He looks from my face to the suitcase by the door and back again. He swallows hard. "She's right," he finally chokes out, the words sounding like they were torn from his throat. He takes another step toward me, closing the space between us. "Please, don't go." The words are what I wanted to hear, but they aren't enough. Not after the week of icy cruelty, not after the way he used my own ethics as a weapon. "Don't go where, Travis?" I ask, my voice quiet but firm, refusing to let him off the hook that easily. "Because I'm not staying for this. I'm not staying to be your ghost. I'm not staying to watch you punish yourself while pretending I don't exist. I won't live in this beautiful, miserable tomb with you." "I know," he says, his voice cracking. "God, Blair, I know. That's not what I'm asking." "Then what are you asking for?" I challenge, crossing my arms over my chest. It's a defensive posture, but it's the only thing holding me together. Because from where I'm standing, it looks a lot like you want me to stay. So you have a front row seat for your penance. And as I said last night, I'm not interested in that role. "No." He shakes his head, a violent, desperate motion. The dam inside him, the one that's been holding back 3 years of unshed grief and guilt, finally breaks. "No, I'm asking for your forgiveness, not for what happened with Sarah. That's my burden. I'm asking for your forgiveness for what I did to you." He steps closer still, his hands lifting as if to touch me before falling back to his sides. "The last week, it was the cruelest thing I've ever done to anyone. It was cowardly and dishonest, and I'm so sorry. I was so terrified of what I was starting to feel for you. It felt like a betrayal. It felt dangerous. I thought if I could just push you away, if I could make you hate me, I could keep you safe." "Safe from what?" I whisper, my arms slowly uncrossing. "From me." The words are a raw confession. "You were right. I saw the condemnation on your face because it's what I see in the mirror every single day. I didn't give you a chance to respond because I didn't think there was another possible response. I'm the man whose anger drove his wife out into a storm. I'm the wrecking ball." "Stop," I say, the word sharp. "Stop saying that." But it's true. My hand, the one that isn't tangled in his hair, comes up to rest on his cheek. He leans into my touch, his eyes closing, a shudder racking his entire frame. He covers my hand with his own, his grip tight, desperate, clinging to my touch like a dying man. "I don't deserve this," he whispers, the words a confession against my palm. "Your kindness." "You deserve everything," I whisper back, my voice fierce and absolute. "I mean it. I mean it with every fiber of my being. This man who has lived in a self-made prison of guilt deserves a moment of grace, a moment of peace. My thumb strokes the rough stubble along his jaw, and his eyes snap open. The terror is still there, but it's warring with a desperate, hungry need that sets my own body on fire. "Blair," he says, and my name is a breaking point. He doesn't wait for an answer. His mouth crashes down on mine again, and this time, there is no sorrow in it, only hunger. A raw, possessive claim that I meet with equal force. My fingers dig into his scalp, pulling him impossibly closer as his tongue sweeps into my mouth, demanding, tasting, taking. It's a kiss that steals a breath snagged in my throat and replaces it with fire. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
You'll find it waiting for you at BWWM.
He lifts his head, his forehead resting against mine. His eyes are closed, but I can feel a wetness on his lashes as they brush against my skin. He doesn't speak. He doesn't have to. For the first time, he doesn't pull away from the pain, from the hope, from the connection. He leans into it. He leans into me. He covers my hand with his own, clinging to my touch like a man who has finally come home.
Chapter 28. Travis. The sound of the last car door slamming shut is like a starting pistol firing in the dead quiet of the night. An engine turns over, headlights cut a swath through the falling snow, and then they're gone. The silence that rushes in to fill the void is a physical thing, a heavy blanket that settles over the house, muffling everything. It's just us now. And the air is suddenly too thick to breathe. I stare into the fireplace, watching the last embers of the Christmas fire pulse like a dying heart. They glow and fade, glow and fade. A perfect metaphor for the hope I've been nursing for the past few hours. I've been quiet, letting the noise of Blair's family wash over me, using it as a shield. The loud, easy laughter, the overlapping stories, the playful arguments over who cheated at Monopoly. It was a buffer against the thing clawing its way up my throat. But now, there's no more noise. There's only Blair, curled on the sofa across from me, and the ghosts I brought with me to her family's home. I swirl the last of the bourbon-laced eggnog in my glass. The warmth of her family, the casual affection, the sheer, uncomplicated love in this house. It's a world away from the sterile, conditional environment I grew up in. It's like sunshine on a thing that's only ever known darkness. I can feel the ice around my own heart groaning, threatening to crack. My finger taps against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. A nervous rhythm I can't seem to stop. I need to tell her. I need to let her see the rot I've been hiding, the failure that sent me running for my own life. If I don't, this thing between us, this fragile, beautiful thing, is built on a lie. She deserves the truth. But the truth is ugly, and the thought of her looking at me with disgust, or worse, with pity, is a fist closing around my lungs. She moves, untangling herself from a knitted blanket. My eyes track her as she crosses the space between us and sinks to the floor at my feet. She rests her arms on my knees, her presence an anchor in the storm of my thoughts. She doesn't speak. She just looks at me, her gaze steady and searching. She's giving me an opening, an offering. The fire has collapsed into a bed of glowing embers, casting a soft, pulsing light across the living room. The festive wrapping paper lies in forgotten drifts around the tree. The silence in the house is no longer a hollow, aching thing. It's a vessel holding the space between us. Quietest Christmas I've had in years, I say, my voice low in the stillness. I'm watching her, the way the firelight catches the curve of her cheek. She turns her head, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's a good thing, I say, the truth of it settling deep in my bones. Before, the quiet was just loud, full of things that weren't being said. I gesture vaguely at the room around us. This place felt like a museum. Now it just feels like a house. Her smile softens. It's a good house. You make it a good house, I correct her, the words leaving my mouth before I can second-guess them. She looks down, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. The air shifts, growing thick with all the tension we've been holding at bay. I see her swallow. Travis, she begins, her voice barely a whisper. What you said this morning, about wanting me to stay. I meant it, I say, my voice firm, leaving no room for doubt. I know. She finally meets my gaze, and her eyes are full of 1,000 questions. But what does that mean? For us? The question hangs there, vulnerable and real. And I know I can't answer it without giving her the last broken piece of me. The piece I've kept hidden from everyone, especially myself. It means I'm done with ghosts, I say. I rake a hand through my hair, the confession starting to claw its way up my throat. I need to tell you about the fight I had with Sarah. The real one, not the version I've been telling myself. Her posture changes. She doesn't lean away. She leans in, her entire focus narrowing on me. She just waits, giving me the space to unravel. The words come out in a torrent, a 5-year dam of shame and silence bursting apart. I told her about the petty anger, the prideful, stupid words I flung like stones. I confessed the relief that warred with the grief in the days after her death, the monstrous, unspeakable relief of being free from a future that felt like a cage I was supposed to want. I was a coward, I say, the admission tasting like ash. I was so afraid of the life everyone expected of me that I made her miserable. I made her pay for my own fear. And the worst part is, she deserved so much better. When I finally fall silent, the last of the poison drained from me, the quiet that returns is clean, purged. I feel hollowed out, exposed, waiting for the judgment that has to come. But Blair leans closer. Her expression is fierce, protective. She lifts a hand to my face, her palm a warm, steadying weight against my cheek. Her thumb brushes away moisture I didn't realize was there. That's not cowardice, Travis, she says, her voice thick with an emotion that cracks my world open. That's your soul telling you who you are. Her words don't just land, they detonate. They obliterate the narrative I've been telling myself for 5 years. Not cowardice. Soul. The idea is so revolutionary, so profoundly freeing, that for a moment I can't breathe. In her eyes, my greatest shame is not a mark of disgrace, but a mark of character. Something shifts in the loaded quiet. The chasm of my past is gone, and in its place is a bridge she just built with 16 words. I look at her, really see her, the strength, the empathy, the sheer goodness of her, and I am overwhelmed by a feeling so vast, so powerful, it threatens to pull me under. Words are useless now. They can't contain this. I stand, pulling her up with me. I hold out my hand, and she takes it without a flicker of hesitation, her fingers lacing through mine. It feels like coming home. I lead her from the dying fire, down the shadowed hall toward my room, toward a new beginning. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version,
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
You know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to BWWM and feel the heat at a discount. The future has always been a terrifying blank page, a thing to be avoided. But lying here with her in my arms, a new feeling begins to take root in the space where the fear used to live. It's a fragile, terrifying thing. It's hope. I feel the question rising from a place so deep inside me, I didn't know it existed. The need for an answer, for a new promise spoken aloud, is overwhelming. I whisper the words against her hair, my voice rough with the weight of everything they mean. What happens now?
Chapter 29. Blair. I wake to the smell of coffee and the low, wintry light of morning. For a long, hazy moment, I don't know where I am. The sheets don't smell like the guest room. They smell like sandalwood and soap and something else. Something uniquely masculine and comforting. They smell like Travis. Memory rushes back in a warm, overwhelming wave. The dying fire. His confession, raw and broken in the quiet living room. His hands on my body. Not with the frantic hunger of our past encounters, but with a reverence that felt like a prayer. What happens now? My body is a pleasant humming ache. A deep-seated contentment radiates from my core, a warmth that has nothing to do with the heavy comforter, tangled around my legs. I roll onto my back, stretching my arms over my head with a soft groan of satisfaction. The ceiling above me is unfamiliar, the shadows different. This is his room, his bed. My head is on his pillow. A new kind of intimacy, a new kind of vulnerability. I hear the quiet clink of a mug from the kitchen, the soft thud of a cabinet closing. He's up. A flutter of nervousness dances in my stomach, quickly followed by a resolute calm. Last night wasn't just about sex. It was a foundation being laid, a promise being made without a single word. Whatever comes next, we face it from this new place, this place of truth. I swing my legs out of bed, grabbing Travis's discarded t-shirt from the floor. It hangs to my mid-thigh, a soft gray cocoon that smells entirely of him. I pad barefoot down the hall, the old floorboards cool under my feet. He's standing at the counter, his back to me, wearing a pair of worn gray sweatpants that hang low on his hips. His shoulders are broad, his posture relaxed in a way I've rarely seen. He's pouring coffee into 2 mugs. He must have heard me because without turning around, he speaks. "There's milk and sugar if you want it." His voice is a low rumble, different in the morning light, deeper, more settled. "Black is fine," I say, my own voice a little rough with sleep. He turns, and the look on his face makes my breath catch. There are no walls. The guardedness is gone. The shadows in his eyes have receded. He just looks at peace. He offers me a mug, and our fingers brush as I take it. The small touch sends a jolt of awareness through me, a quiet reminder of how those same hands felt on my skin hours ago. "Morning," he says, his mouth kicking up in a small, genuine smile. "Morning," I reply, mirroring his smile. We stand there for a moment in the quiet kitchen, sipping our coffee, just looking at each other. The silence isn't awkward. It's comfortable, full. It's the silence of 2 people who have seen the most hidden parts of each other and haven't run away. "How did you sleep?" he asks, leaning a hip against the counter. "Better than I have in a long time," I admit, and it's the honest truth. "You?" "I didn't really sleep," he says, and for a second my heart stutters, but then he clarifies, his gaze holding mine. "Didn't want to. I just listen to you breathe." My cheeks flush with heat. The simple, profound intimacy of that confession warms me more than the coffee. An easy banter, our old shield, feels wrong. This new, quiet honesty is the language we speak now. "So," I say, changing the subject before I melt into a puddle on the floor. "What happens now?" I'm throwing his own words back at him, but I soften them with a gentle smile. It's not a question heavy with fear anymore. It's an invitation. He looks down into his mug, a thoughtful expression on his face. When he looks back up, there's a resolve in his eyes I haven't seen before. A steeliness. "I have a phone call to make," he says. "Something I should have done a long, long time ago." He disappears into the kitchen, leaving me in the living room. I settle onto the sofa and open my laptop, intending to give him privacy. But the house is small, the silence profound. I can't help but hear the low murmur of his voice. I don't try to make out the words at first. I just focus on the steady click of my own keys. But then I hear him say a name, his voice a dry croak. "Carol, it's Travis." My fingers still, my breath catches. Carol, Sarah's mother. I close my laptop, the quiet click echoing in the tense silence. This isn't a call I can ignore. This is part of the story he started telling me last night. This is the epilogue. A long pause stretches out. So long I wonder if she's hung up. My own heart pounds in a nervous rhythm for him. "I know," he says, his voice low and heavy with a remorse that feels tangible even from here. "I'm not calling to ask for forgiveness." Another pause. The first is, "Blair is here, with me. She's staying for a while." I freeze, my hand hovering over the trackpad. He said my name. "She's more than that," he continues. And the words, simple as they are, land in my chest with a quiet, explosive force. She's important. I press my lips together, a wave of emotion making my eyes sting. He's claiming me, not just to me, but to the ghosts of his past. The tone of the conversation shifts. I hear him take a ragged breath. "That's the other thing I need to tell you. It's about Sarah. It's about our last fight. That was a lie." I sit perfectly still, my entire being focused on the broken confession I can hear from the other room. The words are muffled, but the pain is not. I hear him talk about his father, about a case, about a future that felt like poison. His voice cracks on the last part, the part I know is the anchor of his guilt. She said she was ashamed of me. His voice is raw, stripped of all its defenses. And I walked out. That was the last thing she ever said to me. I squeeze my eyes shut, my heart aching for the man who has carried that final, terrible sentence alone for 2 years. The ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece marks each second of my mistake is profound. I hear a single choked sob. It's him. It's the sound of a dam breaking, of a prison wall crumbling to dust. I don't hear what Carol says in response, but I hear the transformation in his voice. The tension seeps away, replaced by a wet, ragged whisper. It's a sound of pure, unadulterated release. He is unburdening himself, and I am a witness to his soul becoming lighter. He is rewriting his past, not by changing it, but by finally telling the truth of it. A few minutes later, he walks back into the living room. His eyes are red-rimmed, but they are clearer than I have ever seen them. The weight that always seemed to sit on his shoulders is gone. He looks like a man who just learned to breathe again. He doesn't need to say a word. I can see it all on his face. I give him a small, watery smile. "Okay?" "Yeah," he says, his voice gravelly with unshed tears and profound relief. "Yeah, I think I am." His bravery is a tangible thing in the room. It's a challenge, a question. He faced the ugliest part of his story. What am I doing with mine? While he was on the phone, I tried to work. It's what I do. When the world feels too big, too emotional, I retreat into the safe, structured world of academia. I open the file for my dissertation. Liminal spaces and narrative identity, deconstructing postmodern subjectivity in diaspora literature. The words stare back at me from the screen. They are cold, clinical, soulless. I read a paragraph I wrote 6 months ago, a passage I remember being so proud of. It's dense, littered with jargon and citations, meticulously constructed to prove my intellectual worth to a committee of people I barely know. It's a fortress of words, designed to keep anyone from seeing the person who wrote them. And I hate it. This document is a monument to the woman I thought I was supposed to be. The one who followed the rules, who chased the prestige, who believed that a PhD was the ultimate validation. The woman who was running away from the messiness of her own life by trying to neatly categorize the messiness in books. Last night, Travis laid his soul bare. Just now, I listened as he told the truth to the one person who deserved to hear it most. He is facing his past, piece by painful piece. He's choosing to be a different man. What am I choosing? My fingers hover over the keyboard. This dissertation is 3 years of my life. It's thousands of hours of research. It's my entire future, mapped out and approved. And it feels like a cage. Without another thought, before the fear can talk me out of it, my finger clicks. Select all. The entire document turns blue. My heart is pounding, a wild, frantic bird in my chest. This is insane. This is career suicide. My finger moves to the delete key. I press it. The screen goes blank. 3 years of my life, gone momentarily. A gasp of pure, terrifying freedom escapes my lips. I feel light. I feel reckless. I feel more like myself than I have in years. I'd open a new blank document. The cursor blinks, a steady, patient pulse on the empty page. A new beginning. I don't think about theory or structure or what my advisor would say. I just think about what I want to say. And for the first time, I have an answer. My fingers fly across the keyboard. My grandmother taught me that every recipe tells a story. The story of the hands that first measured the flour. The story of the hunger it was meant to soothe. The story of the table where it was shared. For years, I believed history was written in books. Now I know it's written in bread. The words pour out of me, a floodgate of passion and clarity I thought I'd lost forever. I'm not just writing, I'm testifying. I'm so lost in the flow that I don't hear Travis come back in. I only know he's there when I feel his warmth behind me, his hands settling on my shoulders. I stop typing, my breath held. He leans down, reading the words on the screen. I feel a moment of panic. It's so new, so raw. But then his arms wrap around my waist, pulling me back against his solid chest. He presses a kiss to my temple, his lips soft against my skin. Starting over? He murmurs into my hair. I look at the bright, hopeful words on the screen, a story that is finally truly mine. No, I say, a smile spreading across my face. Rewriting. He holds me tighter, his presence a silent affirmation. We are a team. We are 2 people, remaking our lives from the ground up, and we are doing it together. A sense of profound, unshakable peace settles over me. In this moment, everything feels possible. Chapter 30. Blair. 1 year later. The house smells like pine needles, melting sugar, and the faint buttery aroma of baking gingerbread. It's the scent of a life I fought for, a peace I never thought I'd find. Tonight, this house is gloriously, unapologetically alive. No, Grammy. More sprinkles. The red ones. Chloe's voice, clear and determined, rings through the kitchen. I watch her from across the island, my heart a full, aching drum in my chest. She's perched on her stool, meticulously decorating a cookie, with Carol laughing beside her. My phone buzzes. It's a picture message from my dad. A selfie of him and Anna, wearing ridiculous reindeer antlers in the day room of her sober living facility. Anna is smiling, a real smile that reaches her clear, tired eyes. She's kicking butt in Scrabble. Says, "Merry Christmas Eve, sweetie. We love you." The path from that hospital room to this text message was not easy. It was paved with therapy sessions, tearful phone calls, and the hard, grinding work of two sisters learning to trust each other again. But we did it. "Love you both," I text back, my throat thick. "Tell Anna her niece is demanding a sprinkle tree." I look up, and my gaze finds Travis leaning against the doorframe, watching us. The man who stood in the corner of that hospital room, a silent promise of support. The man who held me while I cried after every difficult conversation. The man who showed me what unconditional love looks like. His smile is slow, private, and holds everything we've been through and everything we've become. The doorbell rings. My brother and his wife are here. The house fills with more laughter, more joy. Later, when the house is quiet again, Travis finds me by the tree. "Best Christmas Eve ever?" he murmurs, wrapping his arms around me from behind. "Not even a competition," I whisper, leaning back against his chest. I look at Sarah's painting over the mantel, then at the crayon drawing Chloe made taped beside it. Past and present, healing and hope. "Thank you." "For what?" "For walking into the fire with me." He presses a kiss to my temple. There's no place I'd rather be. Later, the three of us are curled on the couch. Chloe is asleep between us, her head in my lap, her legs stretched across Travis. The snow is falling outside, a soft, silent blanket. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open. She looks at the lopsided felt star on top of the tree. "My star," she whispers proudly. Then she looks at me, her gaze soft, and then to Travis. She snuggles deeper between us, a wriggle of pure comfort. Her newest word comes out in a clear, perfect whisper that settles every last ghost in my soul. "Home." The word lands in the quiet room, simple and infinite. I look at Travis over our daughter's head. His eyes are shining, reflecting the colored lights of the tree and a universe of love meant only for me. No words are necessary. I am loved. I am seen. I am finally and completely home.